Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, September the 21st. Woo, first day of fall, I guess. My name is Barry Anderson, and I'm your moderator of your trading room. Quick couple of yeses. Let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, guys. So a very sparse list, guys. Normally, when I'm doing my pre-market work, what I'm looking for really are the ones that are up the most, of course, from the change from the close. Usually, we see a few of them that are at least up 10%. That's why I've got this shaded area. My pre-market actives up, shaded in sort of a light green. That'll show me instantly the ones that are up 10%, and then these are the ones that are down 10%. Okay, and usually that's a fairly extensive list in the pre-market. But look at this. I mean, the EVAX, I don't even care about the HKD. I mean, if you don't know the HKD story, but EVAX is the only other one, and it popped up, yeah, in some news, enrollment news. I was looking to short this, but I didn't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers. But anyway, now it may keep going. It's through the 200-day moving average. So and then on the ones on the way down, these are just really cheap, little cheap ones, the ones that are down 10%, or some of the ones that are really, really volatile. Peloton is just hitting here, guys. Peloton, PTON, just hitting a little bit. Just got briefly over $10. United Healthcare and Peloton to provide millions of more people with access to a leading interactive fitness platform. Here we go. Whoa, this activity for Peloton, guys. So, welcome from Switzerland, Salvatore, in our YouTube room. Now look at Peloton, though. It's on that news. I mean, again, whether we think the news is great or not, it doesn't matter. The market's reacting right now. Let's see if Peloton can keep over 10. So what else is happening? SYRS popped up an upgrade by Piper Sandler to, or a price target. I don't even call it an upgrade, but a price target to $27. Why not? Yeah, so they started actually talking about this one yesterday, Piper Sandler, SYRS. Micron, MU, again, these are not huge moves, but Micron is down. It's only 2.5%. Little gap down. Frey is starting to move though. FREY. That's the only other one. Wow. Okay, it's really starting to move now. EV play. See if there's any specific news. A Tesla bull has a new top pick as a battery startup. Morgan Stanley analyst Adam Jones raised his stock price to 26 from $18 a share for Frey. So there you go. And then again, I don't think this one is going to have a huge move, but it's up a little bit. Cody, yeah, it's already pulling back somewhat. COTY. So I guess what they've done is they've updated their guidance in a positive fashion. They don't release, well, they're talking first quarter guidance. Updates first quarter sales guidance focuses on doubling skincare revenue by FY 2025. Okay, so that is Cody. Remember that, boy, what a move that sober. I mean, I remember when this hit yesterday afternoon. Let's get a big 15-minute chart up. So it hit right here, okay? And it actually got halted. It got halted right here at 109. And again, on news that, maybe, I don't know how if it'll ever happen, and maybe making it mandatory for breathalyzers in cars. And of course, these guys kind of specialize in that, I suppose. So anyway, got halted at 111. It opened right here at 144, and look what it did, all the way up to 418. This was at that's at 4 o'clock. Kind of maintained in the after hours, but then it gave it up. We'll see what happens. I mean, I've got an alert set up here, just around $3. See if it regains that area. But what a move! What a move! Great ticker symbol. Now, speaking of ticker symbols, guys, is VPAQ, and maybe this is why it's still weak. Maybe there's something going on. So VPAQ, supposedly it was supposed to be starting trading as a PRST today. The merger, I think it was approved. Maybe something's going on because I think it was supposed to be trading as PRST today. This is a SPAC. Merger was approved. That's why I circled this. Expected. Now I get it. Expected. It wasn't 100% guaranteed, but expected to begin trading under the symbol PRST today. So maybe something's going on. Interesting. Okay, EBET is sort of sneaking in here, a little bit over 10% up. EBET, EBET. I guess we should be watching this AMPX that had just a tremendous run at the end of the day. The AMPX, let's back this up. You see the big run it had at the end of the day. It's pulled way back. I mean, it got up to almost 15, I think, actually 14. So it's pulled way back, but super active. You know, even though it's not a huge, not a crazy low float, 44 million in the float, but we'll see what happens. And yeah, Casa mentioned a couple of a few earnings plays. Stitch Fix, SFIX. Wow, how the mighty! I mean, this wasn't this a 100, or maybe I'm wrong. Okay, $70 stock. Yeah, no, I thought it was $100 stock. Yeah, I mean, this is not that long ago. This was I mean, pandemic type play, I guess. January of 2021. Stay at home, fix everything. $114, $4 now. Wow. Wow. Anyway, had earnings. No big deal. Well, I guess oil is up because of, I guess, the saber rattling from Putin. I mean, listen, the market will react to anything. So I guess they're reacting to, potentially oil supplies again being disrupted, et cetera, et cetera. Well, here's EVAX, guys. EVAX may not be dead. What's this float? Yeah, 13.9 million in the float. Danish company. Was this one of those Danish companies that went crazy? Yes, yes. This is one of those Danish companies. Remember this day, guys, back in November of last year? And I can't remember the other ones. I cannot remember the names of the other ones. Somebody will remember. We had some Danish companies that went absolutely crazy. And yes, this one went crazy, but there was another one I think that went up to about, that's right. Thank you. Thank you, Captain. Yeah, ORPH went up to about $80. If my memory serves me correct. Yeah, $78. Okay, I still have a memory still okay, but there it is. Yeah, remember that? Got up to almost $80 and it dragged a few of the other there. I think there was one other one now. I think there was one other one. Because all of a sudden people say, well, let's buy Danish stocks, which are not very many that are on the trading on American exchanges, U.S. exchanges. The button for my scans on the home page not working for me. The button for the scans. Well, let me check my home page. I haven't made any changes to it, so let's just take a look. Okay, so I'm going to click on my home page right there. Click on my home page. I'm going to the scan section. Click here, scan section. Whoa. You are right. You're absolutely right. Something's happened. I have to get the guys to figure that out. Okay. How about the other things? Education's working. Trade of the week is working. Okay. So yeah, okay. Just give me a moment. All right, thank you for bringing that up. I have to, I don't have control over that page. In other words, it's one of the developers does all that for me. So I'll have to get that fixed. I just notified him, but it's only six o'clock on the West Coast, so he doesn't start probably till at least 6:30. So even though I'm on the West Coast too, but yeah, Evax is still looking a little tasty, guys. Yeah, I mean, through that 200-day moving average, like nothing, 286. All right, guys. What time is it now? 9:15. Whoa, I'm a little late. Let's take a look to see what the analysts are talking about this morning regarding upgrades and downgrades. I'm going to check briefing.com. Not too many of each. Gray for Stay Louder for EL by Goldman. Take a look at that once I put the remaining ones in. See if that upgrade for L has by Goldman has done anything. A little bit. But now the downgrades, not that many downgrades either. SHC keeps got another downgrade by JP Morgan. That was a great short yesterday. A way better one the day before, but not bad. I'm going to show you what that chart looks like, but not bad yesterday either. All right, there are the upgrades, downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So let's take a look at that SHC. A big move down the day before. I think they got hit with a $350 million or so lawsuit, and then a continuation yesterday. Wow, it's still down 5%. Can't do it, Ija. It won't take the posts. I would believe me. I'll try, but there's a limitation. There's a limitation. Let me just see if I can do it. There just seems to be a limitation. There are not that many today, so maybe let's see what happens. Okay, that was okay. But sometimes if my list is a lot bigger, it's the link, yeah. If I don't want to post them. Okay, I guess that's not bad. There's a limitation on characters though. But the list, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room wondering why I don't post those upgrades and downgrades in YouTube. Typically there are more, and there's a limitation on how many I can post in YouTube. All right, well, we're in for a positive open. Okay, of course, today, 2 o'clock, all eyes will be on the SPY. If the market's factored in a 75, but what if it was 100? That'll be really interesting. We're talking about a basis points increase. So I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on new and then docked channel bar, and then click on show more, and then click on sector. So we should see 100% oil. We should see in the energy sector 100%. Here we go. So what we're seeing here, if you're new to this, these are the major sectors. So this is the energy sector, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, what that means is that every single stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's close. That's what that means. And because we're in for a positive open overall, you can see that most of every sector is certainly over 50%. Here's technology at 80%, communications 89%. But as always, if I check this about 10 o'clock or 10:15 or so, and I look at the change from the open, from their opening trades, we could see a very, very different picture. But right now, let's just relish in the fact that we've got a little positive open. We haven't had one of those for a while, it seems. So we've got a positive open. I thought he said a partial mobilization, not a full, unless he's changed. Talked about 300,000 conscripted. Yeah, I don't know if the SPY is going to move like crazy until 2 o'clock. I mean, as we get closer and closer to 2. So when you talk about defense stocks, are you talking about literally defense stocks, or are you talking about utilities, like what we call the flight to defense stocks? You know, the dividend bearing stocks? Or are you talking about, okay, you're talking about literally defense stocks. There's Northrop, NOC. Well, rum is certainly giving it up again, guys. All the hoopla. And yeah, there are a lot more shorts now available. Interactive brokers. Yesterday they were, it varied, 2,000 to 5,000 shares. Right now there are 160,000 shares available to short. And then just as I'm saying that, it had a little pop. And then down. Yeah, EVAX is still, I think it's just desperation. Traders are looking for something. Because as I say, there wasn't very much this morning. I mean, look, there are still only 2 stocks over 10% from the close on the way up. And yeah, there are a few more on the way, they're down more than 10%. But I mean, some of these are just so darn cheap. Yeah, SHPH, unbelievable, isn't it? 126, 8. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay. You think anything else is kind of MTech? Okay, MTech is trying to sneak in here. MTEK. EVAX is still strong. EVAX still strong. So speaking of defense and tech, agreement with a leading defense company for up to 500,000 in purchase, et cetera, et cetera. Speaking of defense stocks, just a really, really cheap one, of course. Only 4.5 million in the float. So HKD was doing a thing early, got up to $96, pulled back to 81, still up 12%, 129,000 shares. Frey, I'm hearing Frey, text to voice on that. Look at Frey, wow. Oh, that's right, this is the JP Morgan. Raised to 26, yeah, from 18, yeah, 26 to 18, JP Morgan. And again, if you're new, don't get sucked into this, okay? Thinking that it's going to be 26 for sure, okay? I mean, this is even though JP Morgan obviously has a little bit of clout, but don't just think, okay, if JP Morgan says it's going to 26 and they've raised it from 18, therefore it shall be. But what happens when, when a news like that hits, you'll get obviously some activity the day of. And there's Cody. So Cody raised their guidance for Q1, Big level right now, guys. Right at the 200-day moving average. 823 is the 200-day moving average. Look where Cody is. There's that green line right on my chart. So it's right at the 200-day moving average. So will that stall it? It is shortable for me. Yeah, tons of shares, 12 million at Interactive Brokers. Here's another one coming in here, guys. Sling, SONG. Not very much volume though. That's probably why I didn't see it before. But look at this big pop up to 7, back down to 580. Terrible looking daily chart, just choppy like anything. Where are these guys out of? That's a US stock. Thank you, William. 1 minute to the open. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day today. And again, fireworks at 2 o'clock. We'll check that SPY action at 2 o'clock, FOMC, etc. So I'll get rid of this. My races will begin at 9:30. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. You get very whippy, like kind of like this. I mean, this is an exaggeration maybe, but kind of like this. You get stocks moving up and then down and up and down. If you have proper stops, you probably, you're just going to get whipped out of your position. So, okay, here we go. Let's see what's going to happen today. And right off the bat, XPAV. XPAV touts its new flagship SUV as a new benchmark for EVs. Well, that's not helping it. See how that EVAX is handling the 3 level? Still kind of handling it. RUM is trying to get back to 13, RUM, trying to get back to 13. I think I read there was like a 14% chance of a 100 point. XPAV guys, XPAV. Early one moving down. So looking left, it's got room. I mean, the next low looking left is what, 14.29. So about $1 away from that. Not saying it's going to get there. I'm just pointing that out. Beyond Meat continuing down. Oh, up, a little bit up. Hard to see. There we go. I guess I have to. Okay, little bit of a pop for Beyond Meat. Okay, guys, rum on the move, over 13. Rum on the move, a lot of volume coming in. It is early, but a lot of volume coming in now to rum. The high of yesterday was 15.99. Wow, XPAV just really starting to drop, continuing to drop, I should say. XPAV challenging the 15 level. So keep an eye on rum holding 13. Boy, XPAV guys just really getting clobbered here. XPEV. Rum on the move. Rum on the move here. I did see something, Rumble's audience seeing expanding beyond conservatives. All right, so Las Vegas Sands, another one on the way down here. LVS guys, another one on the way down. Now this is coming into the 200-day. 37.68 is the 200-day moving average. Now some of these Macau stocks were up yesterday. I think with China, I believe was kind of loosening the COVID restrictions. I think that was the news of yesterday. So stocks like WYN, WYNN, and Las Vegas Sands, LVS, MGM, but they're starting to give it up. They did that. That did not really last yesterday. Boy, XPAV is just great. Okay, guys. So keep an eye on the other ones. LI, another China, and how about NIO? NIO. They're all three of them are starting to move down. The three big China EVs. I don't know if there's a. Let's take a look at. Let's just take a look at China in general. KWEB. Yeah. So I think it's just all China right now. So there's KWEB. Boy, what a big area for two. So it's all China. It's not just those ones. And Carnival in danger of giving up 10. Bonjour, Christophe. Okay, guys. Wow, big sell-off on the China stocks because the market, I mean, obviously the market is still it's up, but we're getting a big doji so far on, well, not quite a doji. We have topping tails and bottoming tails in the SPY. Okay, so I'll have to wait and see what color that candle is going to be. That first 15-minute SPY candle. Well, look at United Airlines. So let's take a look at Jets, JETS. Yeah, look at Jets, ETF, the ETF for the airline industry. So my guess, well, obviously, if I look at any airline, they're probably going to have that big giant red candle. Wow. And did Peloton take out 10 again? Yeah. Wow. Look at that craziness. Boy, the airlines are getting hit. Look at these airlines are just getting hit here. RUM is still holding. RUM is still holding over 13. A lot of volume came in. Okay, so now we've got direction, I think. We got that. Definitely a red candle now. We have 7 minutes for that candle to close. I don't know if there's any specific news on the airliners. I mean, this news came out yesterday about American Airlines hack affecting limited number of customers. That was yesterday. That was around one o'clock yesterday. That news came out, but well, the market is still a little uncertain. That was a pretty red candle, but the buyers have stepped in a little bit. Excuse me, I'm talking about that first 15-minute candle. And there's Foxo. I did see Foxo this morning, but then I also saw it start to drift down. But yeah, look at Foxo now. FOXO. But in this market, guys, I'll use the term nimble. You've got to be nimble, okay? You can't expect these, in my opinion anyway, you can't expect these, especially these little guys, to just keep moving higher and higher and higher, or even just resting and then another move up, rest, another move up. I just think traders are just so eager to take profits. All right, look at AMPX now. AMPX over 10. This was, of course, a wild one yesterday, late. Went from about 10 to 14. RUM is holding 13. RUM is holding 13. Yeah, this is not really moving much though, Ija. SYRS, I mean, it had the big pop or in the mark, well, right here, had the big pop here. And this is, Baird, I'm sorry, Piper Sandler putting a price target of 27 on them. Honestly, don't know how much weight Piper Sandler has, but obviously it's accounted for a little bit of this move. Okay, now Viru, Veru is under yesterday's low, 1115. So it's at 1092 right now. The next low looking left is around 10. So this has got some room to move down. Virus play, but pretty big, a lot of consolidation in the pre-market and now move down. Rum continues to hold that 13 level. Yeah, continuation yesterday. Basically, I guess the SEC, I'd have to find that headline again, but SEC said that we may not accuse them of any wrongdoing, something like that. And look at Beyond. Yeah, Beyond. Wow, big move for Beyond now. Well, EVAX is kind of holding, okay, after I mean, pretty frothy in the first 15. I mean, look at this. I got up to 353, got all the way down to 3. I mean, these are big percentage moves. Whoa, look at this one. NOTV. What a break here. So what sort of support? Maybe $1 away. I think the next low looking left is around 17 cents. Well, not quite $1, 60 cents away or so. NOTV. Boy, airlines continuing down, guys. So United, I mean, the next low looking left is 35.28. 35.28. So about $1.30 or so until that. Well, I mean, we can. Oh, Taco Bell. Okay, Taco Bell to test steak substitute in Ohio next month. There's some news there for. Continuing to watch the rum, guys. See if it really holds onto that 13 level. FENC, let's take a look at FENC from Zach. Low float, 21 million, decent, good volume, 151 times normal right now. And so I'm just looking, got to look left to see what sort of resistance there is. Wow, so it's got room. I mean, the next high looking left is way up here around $10 for FENC. Now the cheapy guys, APPH. APPH, next high looking left is 234. Isn't this sort of e-cigs or something? Or something to do with the tobacco industry. Haven't seen this one for a while. Double X, double I. Is Bitcoin going? BITO. Let's take a look at BITO. Yeah, a little bit of a move for, okay, run back over, briefly anyway, over that 13 mark. NOTV guys kept moving down. Yeah, so some of the Bitcoin plays. So you guys have been talking about Mara, and there's another cheap one. HUT is another Bitcoin play, HUT. The Mara, all right, so the next high looking left for Mara is 1105. Then after that, you've got 1172. NOTV guys on the way down. Look at this NOTV. Even GME is getting into the action here. GME, a little bit of action, though. I mean, it's really got to take out that 29 to 30 level to get it really rolling. Ugh, ugly. INTE. Ugly. All right, NVTA is on the move here. NVTA on the move. You can see it right there. And again, looking left, the next high is 340. I mean, if you get aggressive on these, I mean, I keep talking about looking left and being a little hesitant to take trades when I see the next high looking left is pretty close. But if you get aggressive, I mean, the true area of resistance is around 4. I mean, these areas of next highs looking left, I mean, they may not pose that much resistance, but certainly when you look at that daily chart, you would think 4 is the big area of resistance. Wow, look at this fence. FENC. So Zach just mentioned this one. And this was on, what did he say? It was on FDA. Of FDA approval, right? Approval of PEDMARK. Sodium thiosulfate injection. Sounds interesting. And it's a relatively low float, 21 million in the float. Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to fix this link with that has my scans, and it doesn't seem to be. I was told just do a refresh, but oh, on the way down, I had this. I don't know why I had an alert for Ampex on the way down, but look at this now. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm just trying to get to the bottom why my scan tab is not working. Okay, guys, rum over 13 again. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just trying to get to the bottom why my link is not working. So there's the SYRS. Yeah, a little bit of a move now off that 660 level. That upgrade by Piper Sandler, trying to move it with a $27 price target. Hard refresh on my browser. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get to the. I'm just talking with our development guy to see why, if I get my link working. He says to do a hard refresh on my browser, but if I do that, I think I'm going to lose both rooms. I think. Oh, okay. Shift key. Pepe, I need help. It is working now? Oh, Shift F5. Okay, he told me to hold down the Shift key. Okay, let me try again. I still can't get it to come up. I still can't get it to come up. But if you guys get it, I guess that's okay. I'll figure it out later. I don't know. All right, guys, rum, rum, rum. Rum, rum, rum. Oh my goodness, look at this sling. I remember I saw this one. Oh, it got halted, resumed. Saw this one early. It was not much volume. And ugh, should not have taken my eye off this one. This is kind of the crazy one of the day. 2.6 million in the float. Well, it's almost at a lifetime high, SLNG, after the company announced Received authorization to export domestically, produce liquefied natural gas. Okay. All right. Well, I guess at some point these airliners and the cruisers are going to bounce. I'm seeing them appearing on Zach's bounce scan, but when? Too bad. This show looks interesting on a short, but it looks like it's got pretty decent support right around that 1050 mark. I get it from Interactive Brokers programmer. The question was, where do I get my news apart from Trade Ideas? The Trade Ideas news is good for looking at, previous days, okay? But if you're looking for the, more active intraday type news, I mean, it's not terrible, but, I definitely rely on the Interactive Brokers for that. All right, this FANC guy still looks interesting. I had a pullback to not underneath 8. Okay, so the question from our YouTube room from Mookie, I got when a stock halts, is there a time that it stays halted? Typically, the halts are 5 minutes. Okay, I would say that 98% of them are 5 minutes. If it's a volatility halt, if it's a news halt, then it could be it could open. We don't know when it'll, but typically when it's a volatility halt, it's a 5 minute halt. Okay, typically. If it's not 5 minutes, then usually it's a multiple, typically of 5 minutes. So it could be 10, 15. But I would say that 98% of them are 5 minute halts. So if you've got the halts resume scanner, you just have to have the time and even have the seconds displaying. Okay. Well, here's another one on the way down. I just wish there were, man, imagine if it was a straight shot down to 17 or 18 for the PLRX. There's just a little bit of maybe some support not that far away. Well, the cruisers on the airlines are still getting hit here. Just maybe, world tensions. That's all I can say. Yeah, look at jets. I mean, you don't want to short one specific airline. There's the ETF for jets or for the airline industry. Well, look at Nordstrom's. Yeah, somebody mentioned Nordstrom's earlier. Well, I mean, you can see that if it can somehow get over 20 and take out 2028, I mean, it may not happen ever, it may not happen today, but boy, if it did, I mean, look left. Look how much room Nordstrom's has, JWN. Well, I mean, this is not an indiscriminate sell-off on the market. I mean, it is really targeting cruisers and airlines. China is, well, pausing anyway on the way down. Even entertainment, like Six Flags on the way down. Well, keep an eye on this FENC now, guys. It's basing not badly, 2 cent spread. I'll have to back this daily out again. Remind myself where the next high. Wow, yeah, that's right. The next high is way up here around 10. So this has still got room. The FENC still has room. The next high is 994. Well, I guess the theory, Poe, may be that the market has already programmed that in, if you will. But watch out though if this goes to if it's 100 basis points. Factored in is what I wanted to say instead of programmed. But yeah, I mean it's already kind of factored it in. Boy, keep an eye on the fence, guys. FENC. If it has any sort of a move off here, because it's got $1.30, sorry, $1.70 to the next high. So this is one definitely to keep an eye on to see if it breaks out again. And it had some news. All right, well, rum is still kind of holding that, trying to hold that 13. One and a, if 1500, oh man, we'd be down 2000 just as the reaction. So travel sector just getting hit. I mean, Trip, another one on the way down here now. Trip, another one. Trip is China, I think, though, right? Trip, one of those China. No, so Trip is no. Oh, that's TripAdvisor, right? Okay, so all basically travel. Now you can see, man, oh man, if this takes out this 2270 mark, I mean, looking left, $20 is the next low. I mean, at some point you think they're going to bounce, but where? Okay, I've got to put a price alert around 832 for FENC just to see if it gets up to that high again. Yeah, so now this is halted on the way down. SLNG halted on the way down. Boy, yeah, the whole travel industry, hotels, cruisers, airlines, just getting hit right now. Another casino, CZR, another casino. All right, so fence hit, FENC did hit the 832, but it's not moving, and the spread is now 826, 832, so it's not quite moving. Just a mat, I mean, it's one of the better ones, so when you look left and you see where it could go to. But I'm going to be, what I'd love to see is, a bid of about 834, 834, 836 bid ask. Get it tightened up, and then it might start to move. Okay, looks like EVAX is over, guys. EVAX is done for a while anyway. Here's Hawaiian Airlines, or Hawaiian Holdings as it's called now. Hawaiian on the way down also. HA. They don't want them to flee the country to get conscripted. Well, let's see. There is, okay, so halted at 1008. That's the SLNG. So projected open is 950. Okay, that's the projected open. This can change, of course. But if it opens and it goes above 10, I can see the validity in what Blue Collar is talking about. And this is interactive brokers, okay? This is nothing to do with trade ideas, this blue screen. This is just the halts resumes, or sorry, the time and sales. You don't see the symbol here, but that is SLNG. What a world we live in, guys. Wow. So I'm just biding my time right now, guys. I mean, I'm really interested in the fence, the FENC, if it can break out. I think it's basing pretty nicely. This is what I'm talking about, just sort of settling down here. I see TEL is moving. I know it had a horrible day yesterday, big down day yesterday. I did see the TEL. You're asking me about TEL, TELL. So I guess it's just, sort of a bounce play. I don't see any specific news on it, but had a terrible day yesterday. I mean, look, the next high looking left, obviously yesterday's high, 370. So it's got room if it wants to keep moving. It's not a low float. If that float number is correct, I mean, that's $500 million in the float. But it's an oil play. I mean, energy is strong this morning, but I mean, look at hammered yesterday. All right. Ah, shoot. I lost sight of the SLNG. It just got halted again on the way up. This is the only time I'll play halts resumes if it moves above the halt price, and it did, but now it's halted again. Even though it's not indicated on our halts resume. So sometimes what happens is if a stock moves so quickly out of the halt on the resumption and it gets halted almost instantaneously, sometimes our system does not pick it up. Whoa, rum took a tumble. Not too bad. It was holding 13 pretty nicely. It is funny, Eagle. Boy, this fence is really basing nicely, guys. Really basing nicely now. Just in pause mode right now. Now I can't, I'm not predicting it's going to move higher. Casino still selling off. LVS still selling off. Trip still selling off. Wow, look at this. I mean, if it takes this out, this 2250 level, I mean, the next low looking left is 2069 for Trip. Yeah, and it's just resting. I mean, this happens, all of it. So all we're looking for right now is to see, yeah, if the buying comes back. That's all. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it could be 1111. This is the potential open for Sling SLNG. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open in 10 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt, because it halted right at 10:16. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this is 4, 3, 2, and 1. And I guess it's not going to be a 5-minute halt. Yeah, I mean, phrase that. I mean, I caution, to say something like it's going to run, Frey. But yeah, I mean, it's an all-time high now for FREY. Okay, so it did open. It did open. Son of a. All right. Well, maybe I'm glad I didn't get it. We'll see though. If it takes out 11 again. Hmm. Yeah, rum is really getting hit now. Okay, guys, I cannot, in all good faith, tell anybody what to do on the SLNG. I've got a number I'm looking at, but this is very, very, very risky. Boy, is there news coming out on rum? I mean, it is just getting clobbered here. Is this profit taking or what? But that's a giant red candle down now for rum. I mean, yeah, I mean that is a giant red candle. I mean, there's profit taking, and then there's let's get the heck out of here. The only news I saw on it, I mean, if you want to call it news, is that they seem to be attracting more than just the conservative groups to its platform. That's the only news I could see. Has it been 10 minutes? Okay. Well, the last one was not 10 minutes. It was 34 seconds, like 5 minutes and 34 seconds. So talking to somebody, Rob, in our YouTube room regarding the halt on the last one on SLNG. All right, guys. Well, still my number one focus is still on this FENC if it breaks out. I mean, it's still hanging in here. Only because of the room it's got. The next high looking left is almost 10. So that's the only reason. Not because I'm in love with the stock or love with the FDA approval, the news. It's not that. It's just because it's got the room. What do I think of Ribbit from Hoppy Toad in her? Not much, to be honest. I mean, it's not doing anything right now. I mean, it's got a pile of stuff to get through. I mean, it's got two to get through, and then all this. I mean, between 2 and 220. So I don't think much of it, to be honest. So if you're in it, well, yeah, this thing with VWAC though is in October, right? They're trying to extend the term of this. Well, they're trying to get a better deal. I mean, I read all sorts of news on it today. The initial investors who put the money into DWAC raising, they're trying to get it now at $2 or something like that instead of 18. Things like that. Otherwise, they're going to nix the deal. But that's really has nothing to do with rum. Well, I think it's in October again. They extended it. It was supposed to be last Tuesday, and then I think they extended it. Sling may not be dead. SLNG may not be dead. Ah. Oh yeah, this is just a little scalp play for me right there, guys. As I said before, you've got to be super nimble on this one. All right, guys. Well, SFIX is trying to come back a little bit. I know it's an AI play also. 504, next high 504, a couple of them at 504, 502, 504, and then 517, and then 540. So, I mean, there is a little bit of room for this to keep running, I guess. Not a bad play from the AI, actually. Entry 471 right here. Bounce play. Boy, rum is in danger, not even holding 12 now. Well, I mean, this is rum is going back to its SPAC price. All right. Again, SLNG, you're on your own. I have an area, hasn't hit it. I'm just watching the swing, guys, the SLNG. Oh, keep an eye on the FENC. It's at 8:30 right now. Not a big move, not a lot of volume. Just waiting to see if it wants to jump. FENC. Something's going on with this rum. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. That's a huge sell-off. I mean, it's nobody can find any news, right? Take a look at SFVI. This is so. I mean, let's take a look at that because that is. Is there any support? 1153. because this is, again, this is what rum, this is, this became rum, okay, 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Oh, it's extremely risky. SLNG, extremely risky, yes. But I do have a price in mind that I'm maybe willing to take it, and but everybody has to figure that out on their own. Okay. Oh yeah. In terms of being fast, absolutely. No, it didn't hit my price, so fence guys, fence, FENC. Now I know I keep saying this, but there's something wrong with rum. Seriously, there's something wrong. Fence guys, FENC. Okay, I have to concentrate right now on, so I'm going to put myself on mute, okay? Just in case I say something that I shouldn't say. Okay, guys. I am I continue to wait. I have a price that I want to get in on the swing. It hit it, but it came right back down, so I didn't take it. So, but Fence is on the move here. Fence, yes, yes, yes. I am in this one. I hammered this one home. Don't know where it's going. Next high is 9. Sorry, almost 10. Oh yeah, it's. I have my. If I get into this sling, it's going to be my finger will be on the sell button. So quick. Okay, yeah. So the market's putting in a red bar here now. Come on, Fence, get over that 850 mark. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, the problem I can't put a price alert on the SLNG because it could just blow right through that. So I have to keep watching it. I have a price in mind. I can't tell you, Aja. I'm not going to tell you because I don't want people to do the same thing I'm doing. This is so darn risky. But this is absolutely risk reward. It's a lifetime high, so no chart resistance. Has some news. Low float. Only 3,800 times normal volume. Yeah, but and again, the problem is that yes. Yeah, okay, guys. I took myself of the FENC. Did not like that little drop. So okay, guys. I don't often get, I don't often have this opportunity, so I'm just going to not talk for a bit. Oh, you miserable thing, you. FENC knocked me out and came right back up. All right, I'm out of the SLNG. I was really hoping it would get closer to 12, but made a little bit. Nothing fabulous though. And now I'm ticked. Probably the reason I got out of the FENC is because I had to concentrate so much of on the SLNG, and so. But the FENC still looks pretty good. Maybe. It might go, somebody saying SLNG will probably go now that I'm out of it. That's okay. It was a very highly risky play. Hey, real. Yeah, GIS is an earnings play, isn't it? GIS? Isn't it an earnings play? One of the few earnings play? Yeah, straight up. Not affected by the market at all. Just been moving higher and higher and higher. Okay, still interested in the FENC, holding here again. Knocked me out for basically no gain. Ooh, the SLNG is coming back again. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am just trying to concentrate on a couple of things here, trying to see if I can get into one of these crazy ones. GovX, this is a monkeypox play. Haven't heard anything about monkeypox for quite a while now, but there it is, GOVX. Look at the spread on Fence now, FENC. I mean, it was really nice before, but now it's 10 cents. Now it's even worse. FENC, even worse. All right, guys. Let's see if my homepage is working now. First of all, again, I've been a little distracted. Welcome to the room. If you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. I'm going to put my homepage link in. A lot of information there. So on my homepage, you will find all sorts of information, of course, including how you can take out a subscription. So we still have this nice promo on the 17 months for 12. Okay, just to give you an idea how much that translates to. So if you currently have a monthly subscription and you want to take advantage of this offer, it basically works out on a standard subscription. It basically works out to about $44 a month. And on a premium, I think about $94 a month. Okay. So you get 17 months for 12. So the standard subscription would be $750. Divide 17 into that, and that's where we get the 44. And the premium would be $1,600. Divide the 17 into that, and that's where we get the 94. Okay. So obviously, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas and you want to do this, or if you currently are a monthly subscriber, you can upgrade, take advantage of that offer. It expires on the 26th. Okay. Please do this. If you do take out a subscription, the Let's Get Started. Okay. It's about 30 minutes long, 10 videos, short videos. But it starts off with the first startup and or the download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. I do a stock of the day video right here. I do it at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here. We've got a great user guide. Please take a look at that. At the very least, again, you should have done the getting started. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. I'll go over the stock racing in a bit. Daily support. So today is Wednesday. Sorry. Today is Wednesday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. So again, being Wednesday, it should be Jamie. I'll confirm that. So before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. You can head over there. And then Chris, of course, Chris Varley, Trade Ideas, is in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. And because I shut the main room down at 3:30, and so Chris takes over in our YouTube room. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. It's, introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Now, I think for you guys, you're able to do this for some reason, and it's something to do with refreshing my browser, but I can't seem to be able to get it to work. But if you click here, these are my scans, okay? But unfortunately, it's just bringing me back to this. But the scans that I'm sharing, certainly these two, okay, the two races. I've got a pre-market actives up and down, but you guys should be able to see it. I have to do some kind of a refresh, and I just can't get it working. So save my link, and then you can have access to all that information anytime you want. All right, guys. Oh, somebody asked about GSK, short of 30. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's an all-time low. It's got nothing to support it, of course. No, you won't like the SYRS short though, will you, Elijah? Yeah, I don't want that rum, guys. That rum looks really. That's a tough one right now. I mean, there is something serious going on. I mean, I know what somebody said about Parler got shut down almost immediately. I feel it's different, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh, is it $1? Okay, I don't see. We don't go back that far, I guess. I'm just looking at here where it says lifetime low. It's underneath, so I don't know where you're finding $1. I don't know how far back I have got to go. I'm going back to 2018, 2017. Anyway, whatever it is, there's no support for it. Man, watch ALLO. What's the 200 day? That's 50 cents away. I mean, this takes out, I mean, another one just drifting down, guys, not drifting down, being hit hard. ALLO has about 50 cents. Well, there's allo now, guys, going underneath 12, ALLO, underneath 12. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's got about 50 cents to that 200 day right there. 1140, well, 1142. What is the actual 1150? Yeah, 1150 is the 200 day moving average. So it's got about 50 cents until that level. Well, guys, one was watching the SLNG just for the wild, potentially the wild move. Let's see if it does it. The VWAP, yeah, somebody said, yeah, the VWAP is 1253. Disappointed in this one, I have to admit, the FANC. I really thought this would get it rocking. Took out that 833 and it looked really good. Had a nice little gain in it, but then it just took me out of the trade. Sling. Another one going down, guys. Bull. Bull. This one had a nice move for 3 days, but now this is starting to give it up. The next low looking left is 1223. So it's got to get through 13, and then 1223 is the next low looking left for bull. God, look at fence right back up. Yeah, crazy. Well, and the spread, yeah, the spread's not good though. 834, 850, 834, 844, not good. Yeah, actually, well, it's sort of an RBI on the for the sling. If you just look at the body, but actually that bottoming tail is pretty good. The SLNG. But it would have to get over about 11 on this candle to really be a good RBI. Red bar ignored. Ah, interesting. Okay, thank you, Randy. I have a feeling that tomorrow will be fine. I just have to do a refresh of Chrome, but I don't know how to do it. Somebody, Pepe said Shift F5. It didn't seem to work. I'm talking about my, and it's the only one affected on my home page is my scan section. How far back do you have to go to see that GSK all-time low? Yeah, 1981. I guess we don't have to worry about 1981. Anyway, wherever that all-time low is, it's certainly not going to hold it. I mean, GSK at 30. I'm only bringing this up because somebody in our YouTube room asked about a short of this underneath the dollar, underneath 30. Did I re-enter it? No, I didn't. I just don't like the way it's trading. Question was, did I re-enter the FENC trade? No, I just don't like the way it's trading. It's too whippy for me because I want to go in. I want to go in with some size on it. Okay, and it's just not allowing me to do it. Are you kidding me? First of all, how many people can short HKD? Just out of curiosity. I mean, not including Zach. Okay. Because I don't think I've ever been able to short HKD. Well, what we're talking about is because the AI went in on a short $88, but certainly not at Interactive Brokers. I doubt if E-Trade. I may be wrong, but oh, did they? 1,000 shares pre-market? Okay. All right, guys, 11:11. So in about 50 minutes, I'll be taking my break. 50 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Just going to confirm it'll be Jamie. Well, there was a bit of a rug pull for the SLNG, but it's still active, still very active. Boy, if it gets over 11, this could get rocking again. But, but highly, highly risky. It's on a bounce. 471, 471, 519 right now. The next high looking left is 578. This has got room. This got clobbered on earnings, but it has actually gone positive now. It got all the way down to what, 436? Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, back. AAOI. What is it trying to do? So the next high looking left is yesterday's high, $4 or so. Trying to have a bit of a comeback. I have no faith in these comebacks, though. Look at this FENC. So glad I got out of it. Okay. We're trying to one up each other here on this JSK all-time lows. This LNG gets over 11 again. Won 8 races. All right, so Jamie just confirmed with me that he'll be in the YouTube room today. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. You head over there and listen to Jamie for an hour. He'll be there between 12 and maybe 12 and 12:55. I'm not sure if that's what he meant. Okay, guys, I've been so distracted by these other two trades. They've been so volatile, so I haven't really had a chance to talk about the racing. But let me do it right now. So this is what the racing's all about. You can see there's where the SLNG 1-8 races. So follow it all day. Races are based on a top list. Okay, so you can create your own top list, and then you base the race on this. Now, these are the two I'm sharing these. I can't show them because my scan link is not working for me. But I understand that, well, if you're using Firefox, maybe Chrome is not working. Maybe I have got to do something. But at any rate, these are the two races that I am sharing. So what are the races all about? Let me just quickly show you. So before we had races, a top list was used to find stocks. For instance, if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most today, from the close of yesterday, any header that you had in a top list, you could sort on it. If I double left click, I could sort on it, and so I can see right now SLNG is 110% above its close yesterday. FREY 15%, etc. So it would rank them. If I want to do the same thing for the change from the open, so again, SLNG 87% above its opening trade today, 87% above that, etc. Well, it's all well and good, but how would you use this to trade? Okay, because unless you're staring at this to see if anything is really moving, which would be crazy, I mean, you just really wouldn't know what to do with it. So, for instance, look at Carvana down here, CVNA, 5%, right from the open. What if all of a sudden Carvana started to move? Now it's 6%, 10%, 15%. Okay, starts to really move. You would never know it, but that's what the races do. It catches those moves. Now, my race is based on stocks that are between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I'm using. You, of course, can create your own top list with your own set of criteria if you want, and then run the race based on that. And to run a race, you launch the real-time stock race. It's all in the guide. So what happens is when a race starts, and a new race will start, I run 4-minute races. When a race starts, everybody, all the stocks that meet all these requirements start off at the same spot. And then once the race begins, you will see the stocks as they move up and down this leaderboard. You'll see the stock that is moved the most percentage wise at the top. So, I mean, the race just started. So right now, NOGN is like 0.6% or something. But you're going to see, over the course of the day, you'll see some stocks that have moved 5%, 10%, sometimes 15% from when the race started. Obviously, you got to pay attention to those. And of course, you could never see that. I mean, what if one of those stocks was, way down here, starting to move? You'd never know that. So right now, since the race started, NOGN has moved 3%. So that's one aspect of the races, and why I think you really have to give the races a decent shot. Try them out. That's what I'm doing. Not what I'm doing. I am, I'm not giving it a shot anymore. This is what I concentrate on. But almost as important is that it automatically creates a watch list for you, a top 10 watch list for you to watch these stocks all day long. And so what happens is when a stock wins a race, so in the number one position, SLNG has won 9 races today. Number 2 position, NOGN has won 3 races today. However, just because a stock hasn't won a race in a while doesn't mean you should discount it. Take a look at, for instance, I'm just going to click on, I don't know what I'm going to see. I'm going to click on Beyond Meat, BYND, and see what it's doing. Now, it's starting to drift down. So you may look at this actually and go, this looks like maybe a good short. Okay, you might look at that. But what if it was still up in this area right here and it was just kind of basing? It had pulled back and it's basing. You could have said, well, you know what? If it takes out a level on top here, I want to know about it and maybe get into the trade, as an example. EVAX. Now, EVAX I think is really, well, even EVAX, okay? You can kind of see that if it can get up to this 320 level again, maybe it takes off. So again, this is a watch list that is automatically created for you. You don't have to do anything. And, periodically I would click on the symbols and, put price alerts at various areas of interest to you. Now, the other thing that happens, and, Sober was a great example yesterday. Sober, what time was that it happened? At 3:30, 3 o'clock, okay? 3 o'clock, all of a sudden Sober started to move. It got halted. And we saw this starting to accelerate, and it hadn't been seen all day. I mean, it didn't do anything all day. And all of a sudden at 3 o'clock, the news hit that, there's a movement afoot to put breathalyzers in cars and all of that. But all of a sudden that news hit, it got halted, and look what it did. I mean, it came out of that halt at $1.08, and it got all the way up to $4. You would have seen this in this race coming out of nowhere. That's another beauty of it. It's something out of absolutely nowhere that we haven't seen all day long, all of a sudden appears. You don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it on an alert. If you see something moving up, click on it. That doesn't mean that you just pile into the trade, all right? Because you have to see, what sort of pattern it is. I mean, you don't want to chase something, but even this one right here, MVST. If you start looking left, you start checking to see what sort of room the stock has to keep moving until it hits the next high. Things like that. That's how I trade anyway. So that's why you have to practice trading also. So it's not just a matter of, okay, great, a stock is winning a race. Do I just take the trade? No, you've got to practice trading. You've got to be able to kind of recognize some patterns. You have to sort of even identify your trading style. You might look at this one, MVST, and say, well, I don't mind it, but I'd really like to see if it pulled back down to 210, and then maybe I take the trade, as an example, okay? Maybe. So you put a price alert down here, and if it happens, it happens. You'll know about it. That might be your style of trading. More in tune with pullback trades, as opposed to what I call momentum trading, where stocks are near the highs of the day and then popping through them. But that has to be a personal decision, and you're only going to find out what sort of a trader you are, or what style of trading you want, by practicing. and you can practice in our simulator. Now, this race you see here, it's in essence the same race with a couple of big differences in that what I've done is I've increased the market cap. Here I don't have any market cap considerations. That's why you see stocks and I don't have any float considerations. So that's why you can see stocks really volatile in this particular race. Not quite as volatile in this race because the stocks here are going to have at least a $500 million market cap and also at least 50 million in the float. 50 million in the float is not huge, but you know, at what you'll see here is you won't usually see big percentage moves, but they can be a little bit easier to trade, okay? Because you're not going to get the volatility. So again, what sort of trader are you? Can you handle the volatility? Then you can take a look at this. If you'd like something less volatile, you know, you can look at this race. But of course, you can create your own race. Your own race is based on your top list and whatever filters and filter values you put in it. Again, you can have mine. IJ, in this one, I put $500 million, 500 million market cap. In this one, the large cap gainers from the open. Now, in this one, I have no market cap. But typically, but not always, you know, the ones that are moving here are going to be, you know, low float situations. I mean, the one I just clicked on, I mean, that's not crazy low, 44 million. That's not a crazy low float. But a lot of times you're going to see, you know, 20 million and under. And it's not because I have a filter preventing larger floats. It's just, you know, this is with the low cap stocks, you're going to find stocks that are moving that can have the bigger moves. But with that comes the volatility. So the question in our YouTube room, the replay mode. So the replay mode starts once the market's done, okay? Replays are 6.5 minutes long, okay? 1 minute per hour. No, no. Replay mode only starts, as far as I know anyway, unless there might be a custom way to do it, but typically the replay mode, you shouldn't need replay mode during the day, okay? The replay mode is really designed for people who may not be able to stare at the race all day long, or maybe they take a day off trading and they come back and in the evening, they want to see what one's moved. And so the replay mode will work from 9:30 to 4 and 6.5 hours. So the replay takes 6.5 minutes. So obviously 1 minute per hour, and it'll create that top 10 list for you. Okay. That's what the replay mode is designed to do. Yeah, Ron, I don't really know because I've never had to worry about the sequence. I think, okay, let me, if Pepe will know in terms of the sequence shutdown. So if you establish the link, Seems to me that once you've established a link, you probably want to close IB down and then TI and then the reverse. Yeah, I don't know what's happening on your end, Ron. I just don't know. I know you've been, I know you've been frustrated with that. I have no idea what's happening on your end. You know, you unfortunately seem to be one of the few that it's happening to. Otherwise, we'd be inundated. And I certainly would be one of them, you know, with the linking issue. Yeah, I don't have to set the link up daily. No, 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 no. It's got nothing to do with the beta. I mean, ever since 2016, when that linking was firmly established, I have, you know, I mean, I've upgraded to betas, to development versions. The link has never, ever been broken. There you go. So that's what Pepe says, but that's not the issue really. It seems to break for him during the day. I haven't seen this one for a while. Haywire. This was an interesting one. I think this was on a short. This was a super short one day. So Hoppy, I mean, if you start trade ideas, and even if you wander away from your computer, okay, that top 10 list is automatically created for you. The winners, okay? So when you say, is there a way to see the winners for the day? Well, here it is. This top 10 list is automatically created for you. Okay, so so if you start trade ideas, I mean, you can have this running before the market opens if you want. I like to run it at 9:30 Eastern times. That's when I want to start. Okay, if I turn trade ideas on and then I leave it running for the day and I come back, you know, 3 or 4 hours later, that top 10 list is being created for you. You don't have to open the top list. Can you not see my screen? That top 10 list is automatically created for you. Now, the only reason you wouldn't see a top 10 list is if you right click on the race, on the race scan, and where it says that you may have it under show all winners, which is, I think, just like a real messy way to see it. It'll show you the last winner at the top, yes, but I like to do it, right click, show top 10 winners, and it just gets automatically created for me. So you don't have to open the top list to see that. Okay, so Kishore, question is how to do the scrolling sort again so the top stock is always at the top, etc. So all you have to do is well, if you use mine, but if you want to create your own, sure. Oops. Just give me a moment. I wanted to duplicate this. So all you have to do is check the replace symbols. No, don't restart your symbol, your system. Keep it running, Hoppy. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's why I don't. I mean, I think I could fix my scan problem Why you guys can't see my scan from my homepage if I restarted, refreshed the browser and all that. I don't want to because then I'll lose my top 10 list. I mean, I could see it if I run a replay once the market's closed, but I want to see it during the day because I'm sitting here. So don't restart your system. No reason to do that. So back to you, Kishore. So yeah, you want to check replay symbols, okay? And then in descending order. And then it'll look just like this. A stock that's moving to the top, well, that's what it'll do. It'll move to the top of the leaderboard. Now, see, and I've never tried this, okay? But I guess you can set up the replay, for a certain time if you want. I've never tried it, but I've set mine up, replay between 9:30 and 4. I don't typically need it because I'm here all day. But why this is good is that you see the stocks, say the top three stocks, assuming they've won, a number of races over the course of the day. You may want to watch these tomorrow. I mean, that's why I think the power of creating this watch list. Yeah, it's great, for the day of the of its creation, but you can also start watching, maybe the top three tomorrow. See if there's any continuation. But yeah, to me, there'd be no reason if you leave if you leave trade ideas up and running, there's no reason to do a replay during the day. Sling, baby, look at Sling go again. Wow. Oh, sorry, I sounded like Vicky. And I look at NY. My guess is that NYAX is going to be some sub $1 stock. Hmm. Well, no, I don't even know. I mean, there's no volume. Yeah, so I can't comment on this at all. I don't know what's going on. Was this a can't even be an IPO today with that volume. Yeah, so I don't know what to make of this one, Drawer. I can't give it to you today, Bassaman, unfortunately, because well, okay, I guess okay, I can give you this. I'll have to load it. I'll have to do the doc version because mine isn't working either. The link is not working. So what am I doing? I am trying to find doc 10 daily breakdown. Okay, this should be it. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right. All right, Sling, man. Oof. Yes, I have paid myself some. I'm trying to see. I mean, could it possibly get up to that high here? But you're absolutely right. Well, support at trade-ideas.com, Denver. I don't know what to say on that one. I know you had that issue before, but it was the rapid double click. Yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Let's take the tell trade. Let's take the tell trade. I'll buy 500 shares. I'll buy it at the market. Send it. Okay. I'm going to flatten it. Just clicked once. Oh, I got to highlight it first. Yes, Barry. Click once to flatten it. Gone. Did not put me into a short position. Are you sure? You didn't actually have it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, guys. Okay. Made my day. Made my day, Sling. Oh, you were short. Okay, let me try. Okay. Ah, boy. Um, so this is what it's like trading alone when I say that. So I don't have to because I've obviously been very distracted. And yeah, you've got to be nimble. I mean that look what happened there. That's why I can't tell people, to take this trade or you have to decide. But I mean, you had to be nimble. Let me why is this happening? Okay, there we go. So I'm going to so I want to short this one. 600 shares. I'm going to sell it. Send. Okay, so now I'm going to highlight it, flatten it. Sorry, Denver. Did not put me into a long position. Not me anyway. Okay, guys, again, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So it is 11:47. So Jamie will be in our room in about 10 minutes in the YouTube room. So, what a rush. This might be it now for the swing. I mean, as Blue Collar said, taking out 10, that might do it. I have one last kick at it. If it gets back up to that 1080 level, maybe. All right, what I'll do now is put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there, listen to Jamie in about probably about five to 10 minutes. All right. EVAX is starting to move a bit here, just a little bit, okay? EVAX is starting to move a little bit here. I mean, it's trying to come back. This was a big pop, of course, in the pre-market, all the way up to 359 from $2. They had some news about their vaccine, about their drug. Okay, so it is starting to move though, off the 3 level. 328 is the high, next high looking left, and then 353, so it's got some room. I don't see the volume pouring in though. That's the issue. I do not see the volume pouring into it yet. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Casa. What are they saying on CNBC? That we're on World War III verge? Starting to move, guys. EVAX starting to move. EVAX starting to move. I'm not in it. I'll be taking my break soon, so I'm not going to take anything while I'm on my break. Ugh, wow, no kidding. I mean, I read a whole bunch of what the existing shareholders in DWAC are trying to do, but this is a disaster right now. You're talking about in the min and the max box, Mookie? Yeah, you'd put -2 in the max, and so you put 2 in the min and -2 in the max. If you want it to be between 2% either side, yes. So 2 in the min, -2 in the max. If you wanted, yeah, I mean, if you wanted to have a top list that just showed you don't have to create two of them. Okay, you can put two in the min. Actually, I'm wrong. Just a minute. Actually, I have one, I think. Yeah, I was wrong. It's -2 and 2. It's -2 and 2. This here. Yeah, because you want in the max, you want it to be no more than 2%. So it's 2 in the max, -2 in the min. Sorry, I had it reversed. All right, Jamie should be there pretty soon. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. I almost forgot. It's 5:02 right now. So on a break, back around 1 o'clock. And I just heard a little ping. That means Jamie is there. James.
Hello, Barry.
Good morning, Jamie. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Doing all right on this fine fed day.
It's going to be interesting. Well, only if they raise it 100, then we're going to see maybe the Dow drop 2,000. But but if it, I think it's already built in. The 75 is pretty much built in. But you're right. I always like putting 1 minute SPY chart up at 2 o'clock just to see, and you can you know that even the first 10 directions are not necessarily what the ultimate direction is going to be. On those 1 minute candles, but always fun just to put it up.
Absolutely, yes. The classic saying, "It's baked in." Oh, it's baked
It
in
is
already.
baked in. I think it is, but hey, what if they came out with 100? I mean, it would be or 150. Just really
Yeah,
screw the
you
market
you
up.
never know. You never
You
know.
never know. You never know. So, Jamie, did you say you have to leave at 5 2? Is that what that meant? You have to leave at 5 to 1 or Eastern
No, no,
time?
no. I was just saying that I would see you in
Oh, I
here
see. Okay.
about 5 till.
Okay. I get it.
Nope.
All right.
I'm good to go. So you can, well, you just come back whenever you want. I would think about an hour.
I'll come back at 3.
Yeah, just take 2 hours today, Barry.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie.
Yep,
I'll
no
send
problem.
everybody
Let me
over to.
grab the screen here.
All right.
Okay, I think I got it.
You got a brick wall. There you go. Okay.
All right, Barry, we'll see you later. Enjoy. Hello, everyone. Make a few quick adjustments here. All right, so I'm assuming everybody can hear and see okay. If someone could use the chat panel and just let me know that that is the case, it'd be much appreciated. And as Barry and I were just discussing, we got the Fed announcement coming up 2 p.m. Eastern, I believe, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. So a couple hours from now, I would expect the market to just kind of chop around until we get the official word. Maybe it comes in line, maybe it surprises, but we've all got a front row seat here. Okay, thank you, Bill and Kishore. Hopefully, I'm not butchering that name too much. Okay, everybody's good to go. So, been very selective today. Pretty much one trade that met my criteria. If we look at this FENC today, not a bad little move, but as we can see, in this case, what goes up comes back down, and that has been the theme for every day this week, it seems. The runners are there, but there are a lot less of them than we've seen in the prior weeks or the last few weeks of summer. And now here we are already almost all the way into September's going to be over pretty quick, and it seems like it just kind of flew on by. But if we take a look at this fence, notice in my 1 minute race right here, 1 minute change, notice, well, fence was, there it is right there. Okay, so fence showing up on the top 10 there, number 4. And 1, 2, 3, a nice little opening 15-minute range break there. So we can see right here, met the criteria for that. Not too bad on the 15-minute opening range break. Right there at the $8 level, also coinciding with that whole number action, which always like to see, adds a little extra pep because people like to trade the whole numbers where there's a lot of stops in there. For example, if you might have been short A lot of activity around the 8. Took about 10 minutes to get going here, but we did have that little excursion up to 850 there. So not a bad scalp for intraday on a percentage basis on the old fence there. And of course, we've got pretty big volume, 45 on the relative scale. Of course, these 5-minute volumes at the time here were a lot higher. This thing kicking out only a million, little over, not quite 1.5 million shares, but it is a low floater coming in right there at a little over 20 million. All right, so if you guys have questions, just keep in mind this is the hour that we allocate for the live support. So if you have any questions about anything here, the races, any other functionality within trade ideas, just let me know. I'll do my best to answer your question. Continuing to add functionality and different options to the races. For those of you who've been keeping up, we do have another version of the races being developed for the web version. Getting pretty close there. In addition to that, Mr. Michael Noss has been very busy adding new windows to the Market Explorer. And for those of you who might not be familiar with the Market Explorer, for example, this window over here is from the Market Explorer, showing me stocks that are getting down to the 20 period. Now, we don't have any alerts for today, being the 21st, but as you can see from yesterday, the pattern should be obvious here. The green line is the 10 period for the daily. So we got ACAD yesterday as it was butting up against the 10 period there. Still holding up pretty well considering market conditions. ALLG, see the same type of action there. So a really good window here for the 10 period daily for spotting potential strong stocks for swing trades, bouncing off that 10 period. But I tell you what, if I duplicate this guy and I right click and I go to select strategy, you can see that the menu here just keeps on growing. So I know that some of these, this money flow index on these smaller time frames are some of the newer additions. Of course, we have the daily here, 1 minute, 15-minute overbought, oversold on the divergences and the overbought and oversold. All right, diplomacy. The question is, what is trade ideas best for, scalping or swing trading? Well, it's all in the eyes of the beholder or the trader in this case. It depends on A, what are you looking for? Because you can apply trade ideas to swing trades and, or to help you find swing trades. Perfect example is what I was just pointing out here, right? Multiple day holds. If we're focusing on the daily here and we're playing things that might potentially bounce off of the 10 period, great way to find swing trades. So just looking at the time frame that we're willing to hold the trade. So example, let's say at the market close today, I look at all the things from yesterday, or maybe we get some before the day is over that are reporting today, things coming down and kissing that 10 period. Well, since the 10 period is key, example, if I just stretch out the daily here and we look at ACAD here, looks pretty tame, right? Not one of these low float stocks that's taking these insane rips and yada, yada, yada. So you might be looking at this and you're going, thinking to yourself, well, it seems to be adhering to this 10 period. I got the alert yesterday. Looks like the 10 is defending today for, area of potential support. And we can also key off of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 day consolidation. So let's say that ACAD remains relatively in this position. Maybe it gets up a little bit, but it does not take an excursion below the 10 period. Well, that'd be a good swing candidate because the 10 period is currently supporting it. We would also use the 10 period, or, depending on your risk tolerance, we could say, okay, 15 minutes before the close, if ACAD looks good, I'm going to go ahead and take a few shares for a swing trade. Could be a 1-day hold, 2-day hold, 3-day hold, depending on what the stock does from that point on. So we're buying it because of the 10 period acting as support. What would our risk level be? Well, if the 10 period is the reason or the catalyst for the trade in the first place, it would make sense that we would need a close on the daily below the 10 period before we would think about exiting if it doesn't do what we want it to. In other words, we got to know how much we're willing to risk if we're wrong. And so, depending on your risk tolerance, you could say, okay, we need a close below the 10 period. Or, let's say you held the thing for a couple of days, it doesn't work, and it's about 15 minutes before the close, and we're clearly below the 10 period. That would be a reason to get out. Take your beating, take your loss, and get out. Or you might want to focus on the red line here, which is the 20 period, right? Okay, I need a touch of the 20 period to get me out, or, it just depends on your risk tolerance. You're going to be risking less using the 10, a little bit more on the 20. So the catalyst for the trade is the 10 period. We could use that for the exit as well, or we could go to the 20 period. You'd have to adjust your size accordingly, right? You wouldn't want to take near as many shares if you were using the 20 as you were if you were using the 10. So that's just the simple take on identifying swing trades, right? But of course, once again, the pattern is in the eye of the beholder, right? You might find something from a scalp that you notice looks good on a longer time frame. So for example, let's look at the fence again. Now you can see here, it was a good intraday play, but how's it looking on the longer term? So it had room, and now it's butting up to this little area way back here, which could potentially be acting as supply or resistance, from this level here. Now, let's say later in the day, we get a big volume push and fence goes back to highs and it closes above this line, right? A strong close above this line would indicate additional move, right? Or the potentiality for an additional move, right? Maybe getting on up to these levels, or, you know, just look to the left and look at all the little areas here. So if it does get some legs and we get a close above this level today, then it might be a good swing candidate moving forward. Now, as far as scalping goes, once again, it just depends on what you're looking for, right? So trade ideas is applicable to finding good swing setups, certainly good for finding good scalping opportunities. That's what a lot of us here have kind of gotten reinvigorated on the scalping because of the races, right? The races are keeping us in tune with the big movers for the day. And if you narrow your universe down to race winners, well, you've got a much more manageable universe of 30, 40, 50 stocks versus over 8,000 tradable securities each and every day in the market. So it's a great way to refine a trading list. And that's what most of us here have been doing, is using the race winners early, right off the open, collecting symbols for the first 30 minutes or so, maybe even an hour, and then watching those stocks for the patterns that you prefer, right? And that's going to be different for each and every trader. Okay, Raj, I see your comment about not seeing the same stocks. Is that on the 1 minute? Let's see here. Okay, so 1 minute change right here. This is the window that's being referenced. These are the top 10, as you can see here. I could say show all winners, but I've got these showing the top 10 here. So first, let's take a look at the race setup. 1 minute races based on change 1 minute and delta value. Now keep in mind, change 1 minute is also a custom filter. So make sure you have that custom filter because if we look at the top list here, there it is. There's the column that we use to point to, right? So if you have everything in place as far as columns go, change 1 minute. These are really just kind of insignificant, just showing them. But then you can see here it's based on change from 1 minute, 1 minute races, and sorting by delta value. So tell me if make sure you have that custom filter in place, Raj. And to your point, I mean, are you seeing some of the stocks or are there a few that aren't showing up for some reason? If you connect the trade ideas, if you connect Brokers Plus to Interactive Brokers, does the ping affect slippage? That's a good question, Diplomacy. Well, we report the ping here on your toolbar. In other words, this is just how long it takes the signal to travel from where I am in Texas to the servers, Trade Ideas servers in Cali, and then back to me. 69 milliseconds. That's 69 one-thousandths of a second. So 1,000 milliseconds is 1 second. So not a bad ping time. But to your point, Diplomacy, um, yeah, everybody trading, whether you're at E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, Schwab, whoever, um, real time, right? That's what we say, but everybody's experiencing a little bit of lag, right? Because the event happens at the market, whether that's the NASDAQ or the New York, that's where it happens in real time. Then all the data gets piped out to us and processed, and then we get it coming through our scanners or, whether it's a quote book that you're looking at with your broker dealer. So there's always a little bit of lag. Now, how much lag? Don't know. Depending on your internet connection, who you're connecting to, could be a few tenths of a second, 300 milliseconds. Who knows? But lag is always going to affect entry, right? Let's say for a moment, I see purple coming through. Let's say it breaks out, hits a high, and I see it hitting a high. I pull it up. I'm like, yeah, that looks kind of good. I'll take a stab at that. And then I make the trade. Well, maybe a few seconds have passed. Maybe the alert came out when it pops a new high here at 436, because previous high was 435. And by the time I hit it, I pay 437, 438. We could call that slippage. Okay, the alert came out at 36. I got filled at 38 cents. We could say, yeah, I took 2 cents of slippage on the entry based on what the alert said. So that's just part and parcel for the biz. Um, once again, it doesn't matter if you're connecting to Interactive Brokers or E-Trade or any of the other big retailers, or even if you're at a prop shop, there's always going to be a little bit of slippage there. Even in an automated environment, there will be slippage. So I hope that makes sense, Diplomacy. All right, Lee, I see your question. How can I build an alert scanner whenever a stock crossing up VWAP in real time? All right, well, let's take a peek here at this alert window. I'm just going to duplicate it so we can mess around with it. Get rid of that top list for now. So if I just pop into the search panel of my alert window and just give it the old term here, crossed above VWAP is an alert right there. And then we also have the divergence alerts, which are some of my favorites as far as the VWAP alerts go, because it's either positive divergence up from VWAP or negative divergence down from VWAP. So we can, if we want to find things that are very extended, we could say, for example, if I add this alert here, of course, the crosses are cool too. And I think that was to your question there, Lee. But this is definitely where I would go. Crossed above VWAP. Now, a word about VWAP. A lot of times we'll get a user that says, I'm getting these alerts late. Okay. Once it crosses above, it can repeat. Okay. It's kind of like going back to the timing issue. Well, if we look at purple, And of course, it's grabbed I can't drop a line there. But purple broke highs right about here because of that crazy wick on the opening 5 minute. Broke highs about here. But once again, kind of getting back to the slippage there, once it hits a new high, it repeats. Same thing applies to the crossed above V-Wop alert. So it can repeat once it has already crossed. The key is finding the first cross, right? Easier said than done. But if I attach these two alerts and remove the new high, and then I just point this to the entire market, I don't really have a whole lot of filtering in here. So why don't we just do this? We'll cap it at 50. We can have a little bit of relative volume. Make sure it's traded some decent share size today. At least put in 300,000. All symbols, all major exchanges. Okay. And we'll just call it something else here. Now, when we're using these V-Wop alerts, I also like to, because keep in mind, I've got the cross and the positive V-Wop divergence. So I don't really need these columns. But I would like to see quality because that's going to give me the value of the alert, right? And I tell you what, just so we can see which one is firing, we'll put the type on there too. Okay. Okay, that's the V-Wop divergence. And we'll just go ahead and type description. There we go. So notice I haven't put anything in the box for the positive V-Wop divergence. We don't have a box for the crossed above V-Wop, but we could say this. I don't even want to see it unless it's 3% above V-Wop. Then now we're not going to see anything less than a 3 value coming through the quality. So if we take a look at history now, we can see what this thing has been producing. So for example, an SFIX came out just not too long ago at 1106 during this candle right here, 11 to 1105, 1105 to 1106. So right here, as SFIX was cruising up, it was 7% above VWAP at that point in time, and we can see the value right there. And of course, different people are going to handle these different ways. A lot of people like to short these things and hope for a snapback or a convergence back to the mean. And then you can take the other side of that coin as well, because if something's motoring like this and has a lot of volume, it might want to keep going. And we would have to just kind of look over here and look to the left, as Barry likes to say, and notice where it ran out of steam, or where it is potentially running out of steam is right at this little level right here, which could be potentially acting as supply or resistance. So Lee, I hope this points you in the right direction. If I will do this, I'll go ahead and, since this is containing crossed above VWAP and positive divergence, I'll add that to the title. And I'll go ahead and drop this into the chat if anybody wants to use it as their framework moving forward and modify it to your own style. Okay, Raj, I'll make sure you get that filter here in a second. Just looking at Benson's question. The question is, do you usually take any swings the day before the FOMC announcements, or holding your active positions over or scaling down a bit before? Yeah, I don't like to, if I'm in the money on something and I feel like risking it, that's when I would hold something going into the FOMC day, or you see how the market reacts. We're a little green today. Never like to be heavily weighted. going into an FOMC meeting unless you got a lot of cushion, I would say. Okay, Raj, let's get that filter over to you. And that would definitely be the reason why you're not seeing, because this is all that this race is looking at. Change in 1 minute and the 1 minute race. So let's extract, let's see, let's go back to the top list. I think it's U45. Yeah, U45, all right. So I'm gonna grab that for you. Wasn't that an old Car 45 TV show? All right, here's the simple formula right here. Copy that. And then you'll just pick an unused prefix for your custom, drop it in here, name it, leave it on format 1.0, no graphics. Should be good to go. All right, so I'm going to drop that in the chat real quick here. Now, some of you might be asking, well, why is a custom formula needed in this case? All right, should be in there. And that is because since we use a top list for, since the races are based on a top list, by default, the 1 minute change in 1 minute is not available in a top list. It's available in the alert windows, but for a top list, we have to drop the custom formula in there. So Raj, hopefully that'll get you fixed up. Let me know if you have any more questions. If you've got a 9 millisecond ping, Benson, I'm just going to take a wild guess that you're in California somewhere, maybe. All right, you guys are active on the questions. I'm scanning through these. I'll get to you. Looking at yours, Mookie. Makes me think of Mookie Blaylock. 205 change from open. He's a scan with the price of 1 to 20. 205 change from open. 500,000 a day. And 2% either side of the V-Wop. Last 3 days I haven't had one stock pop. Yes and no, Mookie. If it was working, there's no reason, unless you added something to it, added a filter, and then it stopped, it might be your configuration. But if you hadn't changed it, okay, at all, then, kind of going back to what I said earlier, I haven't been seeing the big moves this week like I saw in the prior weeks. You've got some decent moves, but typically they're all regressing back down. So, especially considering the nature of your scan, to have it go quiet for a couple of days, especially leading up to a Fed announcement, it sounds kind of normal. But once again, if you added a filter and then it stopped working, then that could be suspect. All right, Happy Toad. Why is AGRI on my races when it hasn't moved much, but other stocks are moving more and not them? Well, that would all be dependent upon the race that you're watching and the column that race is focusing on. So let's just pull that stock up. Agri. Okay. Yeah, it's up 18 point, it's almost up 19%, but it is a low priced stock. So what we gapped up a little bit. We opened at $1.79, took a little excursion down to 175. So it's up a pretty good percentage, from the low today. $1.75 up to 2. Not a bad percentage move. But once again, just because a stock is showing up on the races or maybe even winning a few, for example, on mine, let's see, Agri. Yeah, look, Agri showed up 13 times on my 1 minute change. That's because, relatively speaking, it's been making some big moves on the 1 minute time frame. And it is also up a decent percentage today, um, from that bottom there. So even though that looks rather boring, that's a pretty decent move, right? But that's a good observation because sometimes the stocks that are winning a lot of races are the big rippers and the big movers, and some of them are just slow grinders like you're seeing on AGRI here. But that's a very good question and a good observation. Oh, I see. 20% change from open. Yeah, and now, now it makes a lot more sense, Mookie, because it just said 205 change. I'm like, what is that? Especially if you're looking at stocks that move not 20% from the close, so it excludes all gaps, that thing's got a motor 20% from the open. Yeah, it's no big surprise that it's kind of gone quiet. That helps clarify the issue there. Okay, Christoph, is it possible to have the full list of sample strategies available, please? The full list of sample strategies. So Christoph, when you're talking about the full list of samples, were you referring to the Market Explorer? Full list of sample strategies. If I know what you're referring to, hopefully I can help you out there. If you could maybe add a little bit more detail. Yep, that's right. Perfect. Car 54, where are you? Yeah, Benson, if you're in San Diego, you're going to have that nice, sweet, low ping. Crossbow V-Wop somehow gives me strong. Okay, just reading your follow-up there, Lee. Crossed above V-Wop filter. Okay, you're using the filter version, right? Right, so if you've only been using the filter, you might want to try the alerts out. It might give you a little bit more of what you're looking for there. Yeah, biggest gainers from the open, and happy that is a that seems to be the sweet spot. Things that are getting up and moving to the upside or the downside. Of course, if you're a short seller, you'll look for the downside ones as well. Um, but the change from open, if things, wherever the party is, that thing's going to be moving. And that is a very popular race. Change from open. That's what I have right here. Positive change from open, 1 minute. And then over here, this is a scan. This is a top list that Andy made a long time ago. Dawn of the Dead, these stocks that have been real beaten down, that are starting to come back to life. So these are my three favorite races right here. Keep me plenty busy each and every session with lots of symbols with potential. To your question there, Mookie, change from close means last night's close. Okay. So yesterday, yeah, you can call it last night if you want to, but yesterday's close. So gap doesn't change because if we use Agri as the example here, we closed at 168 and we opened at 179. So it gapped up 11 cents. The gap was 11 cents and the gap never changes. Now, that's change from prior close to next open. But the change from open, whatever we did after the open, in this case, opening at 179, would be the change from open, which will constantly adjust, whereas the gap is a static metric, just marking the prior close to the next open. So you can have stocks gapping up and gapping down. Right, Lee, and to your observation there about the V-Wop alert, it's still saying it's crossed above V-Wop. Once it crosses, it will repeat. Very similar to what you see right here. I've got new high as the alert in this window, and every new tick of a penny new high, it's going to repeat, and the V-Wop alert is going to repeat as well. So once again, if you wanted to only see the first occurrence, um, you might want to try. Let's see, where did I put that V-Wop? We do have this filter called the count, okay? And we could go in there and add the filter and say maximum count. After the first 2 times, I don't want to see it again because it's going to be too far above. So you might want to experiment with a max count and see if that helps you find them quicker, if that makes sense. Can you please drop Dawn of the Dead race again? Sure. Now let's just take a peek here. I don't think there are any customs in here, but let's just make sure. Filters in place, no customs. But as you can see here, it's a very specific filter complement position in the 5-day range, okay? Drop this in here. Okay, Dawn of the Dead cloud link should be down there. All right, Benson, how come you do not have any pullbacks to the 10 SMA 15-minute? Oh, you're talking about this. Yeah, it is kind of odd there. And actually, this hasn't produced as many plays as I thought it would. It's only showing one right now. And I think it's just due to the alert. See, this one came right at the open. Obviously, that was the defining factor there. Obviously, there are days to take pullbacks and there are days to not take pullbacks, or basically it all depends on the candle action. But we're looking at 5 minutes here, so in fairness, I need to switch. But we're going to see the same story here. Right on the open, got that close below, and then it was just more downside there. But it is odd. And it's probably that I've got the proximity dialed in so tightly. So only 0.1%. So if you wanted to get more, loosen that up a little bit. And we'll probably get more. But it's that extremely tight setting. So purple today. Kissed it and boom, sprung right off of it. So a lot of things I like about this purple chart here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. You had to give it about an hour to see that this was going to act as support. Got the nice wick there. That's some good action right there. So you see it doing this, and you're like, okay, well, let's see how it closes, right? That's a signal of strength right there. This little area right here, right? Wicks right to it. This candle confirms. And the cool part is we've got an auxiliary pattern that might play out. Of course, it would have been nice if that wick wasn't so big, but whether you're a wick or a candle body person, that's kind of up to your discretion, right? So two interesting points here. Candle body, break right here. If you're waiting for the official high to be broke, you had to give up about 18 cents there, but it still worked. So whether you went here on the assumption that this range was going to be broken, went a little early using the candle bodies, or waited for the official break right here, going early would have paid off. This could have given you a little bit of confidence that it was going to potentially be a good mover to the upside. But let's say you completely ignored the bodies and you said, going to play by the rules, made an entry here at 420 and almost a 20-cent move on a $4 stock there. So still not a bad percentage move, whether you took the official break or you went with the candle bodies right here. But a really good trading opportunity in purple. Of course, purple was already on my radar because it was a big race winner yesterday, um, and gave some good action today as well. Purple being the fancy $3,000 mattress. I guess they're selling a lot of those. So just loosening up the proximity to the 10 period should produce more. Of course, laser on my list from yesterday as well. What was the other one? The IPO had a nice little move yesterday. This is yesterday's action. I happened to catch this one just by looking at my IPO top list right here. Any of the ones that I see doing decent relative volume, I take a look at. And I've noticed that on some of these, looking at the lifespan of Holo, we got one, two, this is the third day of existence. And notice a lot of the times on these, if you can pick a bottom, you can get a good move on them intraday. Didn't hold it, but boy, what a nice little lift. About 50 cents there on an entry from the 250 area from yesterday. But keeping with the same theme that we were discussing earlier, you might get some big moves, but you better be taking profits and adjusting share size. To your question there, Mookie, I typically don't. I typically keep a cap. I'm not I'm not really trading anything in the big digits right now. Most of the things I'm trading are $70 and below. And most of them are a lot smaller because the race stocks are telling me what to trade. And most of the time they're the smaller dollar stocks, sometimes low float, sometimes not. All right, catching up on questions. So Christoph, once again, I didn't hear back from you. The full list of sample strategies, if you could just elaborate on that a little bit. Yeah, Benson, and that the 10 period on the 15-minute intraday is the primary time frame that I watch the 10 on. That and the daily, and of course Steve Gomez being the person that turned me on to that one. Well, you could use a top list for that, Mookie. It's always a good idea if you're not clear to create a version of both. Have a top list version and an alert window version, and then see which one you end up preferring. Could be one or the other or both. All right, Keish, looking at your question here. Race for the biggest game from the open. I have 10 lanes, so at the start it picks up the first 10 from the list. But when a new stock enters the top, yeah, and it's going to be the stocks in the race. It's going to be keying off of that metric that you're pointing to. So change from open in this case. I'm not really sure what you mean when you say it doesn't pick it up in real time. I talking about Captain. Let's see what Captain's doing here. Yeah, what a beautiful. I mean, guys, this is just textbook right here for what I typically look for. Captain been winning a lot of the 1-minute races. It's also winning the change from the open races. And look at the perfect volume increase here. A little early here, but still plenty of time to pick some up at $1.80 after that initial pop. And boy, what a big mover we got there. So just look at risk versus reward in a case like this. On an opening range break, especially since we're, plenty of time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So a little 2 hours into the open, this beautiful range break. What would my risk be? Well, if this is the entry candle right here, as this range is broken, plenty of time to pick some up, 180, 182, 183, 184. This is the entry candle. Typically, I'll look at the prior 15-minute candle and take right outside of the low for my risk. You could have even went all the way to daily lows here. So here is my risk level on Captain. And look how big the reward level is thus far. How many times could you put your risk in here? And that's what we always like to see. A big R. 6 times could you put it in there? Probably, at least. And now it's going again. So big risk to reward. Let's look at the hallmark characteristics of a stock like this. First off, we have massive relative volume, almost 32. Relatively low float, 40 million, and already about 6.5 million shares have changed hands. And look at this 5-minute volume right here. Divide that by 100 to get the X factor. So we're looking at 5-minute volume right now of 89 times, might as well just call it 90 times normal, with volume accompanying a beautiful breakout there. Gorgeous. Okay, Roger, the question is, how can you convert alert window to a top list window? Well, pretty easily. So what we're going to do here, I'm just going to duplicate this top list window. Let's say I want to, how many filters do we have in this window? We don't have enough in that one. Tell you what, let me pick something a little more complex like that. Okay, so I've got some filter settings in here. Now keep in mind, all we do with a top list is use filters for that all or none power, and then we can show our columns. So if I wanted to convert this alert window and drop it in a top list, which is basically just copying the filter settings in, the easiest way to do it is to right click, come down here and select the collaborate function. Copy it, right click here, collaborate, and paste. And now what you have is a top list with the same filter settings. And there are the filter settings. So now the list is only showing me stocks between 5 and 50, doing relative volume of at least 1.5, and have traded 300,000 shares today. So the top list, was the second window that we created outside of alert windows for when you just want to use that powerful all or none filter set. Obviously, no alerts. In the olden days, we'd have to use an alert window with the heartbeat as the surrogate alert. The heartbeat, all it does is go, hey, by the way, your filter settings are met, but you get this scrolling action, right? Okay, iPod, your filters are met. BSGN, not the most effective way to scan for stocks meeting filter criteria versus a nice calm list that you can sort by any of the things that you choose to, right? Yeah, Jeremy, have you checked out the pre-market and after hours channels? That's the best way to get a handle on things that report pre and post, things that are active before. I don't think I have a channel bar up here. Let me see here. Hold on one second. Now this should open up in a container. Okay, so pre-market. Oh man. Well, I was wrong. Okay. Well, I didn't need that race data anyway, did I? um, so for example, you know that all the windows in the pre-market channel are going to fire pre-market. Now, having said that, if we take a peek, say, into the pre-market movers here, this is a M window, so there's going to be several strategies in here for pre-market. Pre-market highs, lows, high relative volume, moving up in pre-market. So if you look at all these configurations, you'll see the time here. Oh, actually, that's not time. Okay. So it's not going to report at the open anymore. So notice you're not going to see any reports after 8:30 my time, which is 9:30 Eastern. So in this case, we're telling the window to stop reporting at that time, right? Um, and the cool thing about it is, let's see, I think it was this one. Let's say you're not sure what this setting is going to do for you. Notice every time we add a filter, it's going to have this little show me icon here. So with a 0 here, this is what it's going to get you. The alert occurred before the open, or the alert occurred at the open, but we're not going to see any alerts after the open, right? So if I remove the 0, we have nothing in here, right? I add the 0 back, it's going to tell me in English what that setting is going to get for me, all right? So then if I say, okay, 10 here, something completely different. At the open, uh, or excuse me, before the open, at the open, no more than 10 minutes after the open. Or on the other side, at least 10 minutes after the open. So the little show me icon with the in words tab will always help you find the proper settings, because some of the filters you have to use negatives and positives, and you know, especially if you're new, it's hard to figure out, which is why we added the in words tab there to help you with all the filter settings. So Jeremy, hopefully that sheds a little bit of light on there for you. Awesome. Let's see, Quiche. For instance, a new stock suddenly starts to move due to news or whatever and becomes a top 10 gainer. It should show up in the race. That's a good question, Quiche. I've been watching the races. I have not necessarily been watching the top list, the underlying top list. So I'll have to observe that, I'll make a point to observe that on the next open, and then I can give you some more feedback on that. But that's a good observation. Happy Toad, if I want to see OI changes on options and dates and strikes, well, whatever broker dealer that you're currently using would be the place for that, I would say. We've got our little handful of bare bones options filters, but as far as, orders and prices and all that good stuff, that's broker related type data. Let me get back to my layout there, Craig. If it's StreamYard that's giving me a little bit of lag here, but okay. So Craig, your question, daily 15 and 5 charts custom. My bars don't have that same resolution. If you can share the link on one of them. Sure, no problem. And yeah, these are, the custom coloring. And typically the way I do it, I got my 5, 15, and my daily here. I'm usually watching 5-minute candles, at least for the first 30 minutes. So I'll typically just revert this one to 5s and show the pre-market as well. But yeah, I'll drop the link for this one in there, and then you can just duplicate it and change the respective time frames.
Hey, Jamie, excuse me,
Barry.
my voice just cracked there. Jamie, maybe I can help answer that question that Kishore's got,
On
okay?
the top list, because is it
Yeah,
just looking at the top 10?
no. Well, I don't think that was his question. I think what his question was, if something starts to move out of nowhere, will you start to see it move up on, let's say, the leaderboard? Okay,
Right.
say a stock that you haven't seen all day long, and
Yeah.
all of a sudden, out of nowhere. So a good example of that would have been on yesterday was Sober, SOBR. All day long. Look at if you look at a 15-minute chart of Sober,
Yeah.
and you can see that it did nothing all day until
Right.
3 o'clock
Yeah.
when it had that news.
Mm-hmm.
Sober did not appear in the race at all until then. So I think that is what he's talking about. He's talking, and that was news. He's
So where
talking
did it?
about,
Where did it show up again?
well, it would show up on my as it was moving up the leaderboard in the list. So you
Right, but
you
you're
you
saying
have
it
it
didn't hit the list until what time?
3 o'clock, because
3.
it did nothing. It did nothing until 3 o'clock, and then all of a sudden at 3 o'clock, we could see it on my leaderboard moving right to the top of the leaderboard.
Right. And it
Okay,
did show up
so
on the race at that point in time.
oh yeah, it
Yeah,
showed
yeah.
up on the
Okay.
race, moving
Yeah.
up, moving up and up and up until it got right to the top almost immediately, because that was a big percentage move. Because, well, I mean, the
Right.
ones
It
that are going
has
to
to
be right
show
at
up.
the
It has to show up here, right?
okay,
This
I'm
is the
trying to see
underlying
what
top
tiers.
list for change from open, right?
No, it doesn't have to show up in there at all. I mean, it might eventually, but this is what really happens. I mean, the top list is, as you know, Jamie, you don't even have to have the top list open.
Correct.
Okay, so the top list, my top list is, as long as it's got 200,000 shares, as long as a stock has 200,000 shares, and for me, up 2% from the close, and it's between $1 and $50, it'll show up. It'll
Right.
just show up in the race. It doesn't necessarily have to even be showing up in the top list. I mean, more than likely it will, but it doesn't have to be. It's just that any stock that meets those filter requirements. In other words, you know how in the top list you can say, well, only show me the top 50 or the top 100 or the top 10
Hmm.
in the list. That doesn't matter. Okay, that doesn't matter at all, if that makes sense. Because all the race is doing is just looking, as long as the stock fits all those filter requirements and it happens within those filter requirements, it is the biggest mover. It's going to show up.
Right, and you can see that this is the top list. This is the race. So Sling, there's Captain, uh,
But
Cap
what if your
B.
top list only had you limited your top list to 10 symbols, okay? You went to the whatever that option is. It's
Right,
possible that you wouldn't see something
right.
immediately in that top list because it's coming up from out of nowhere,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
But I think though, well, first of all, oh, no, Kishore. I'm not trying to dominate this. No, the top. You don't have to see the top list, Kishore. It
Right,
always it's generated. The race is generated from a top list that you can create, but you don't have to actually have it up and running. If
correct.
that makes sense.
Hmm.
You can even exit out. Like you don't even have to have it
Oh, and
up.
that's the way we all do it. I'm pretty sure you
Yes.
do it because
Oh yeah.
the top list, the underlying top list is powering it, and we can always just right click and say, show me the top list, right? But then
If you want to, sure.
why take up more resources or
Exactly.
screen space?
Exactly. Now the other thing that uh, Brad told me is that because right now, as you know, if a stock comes out of nowhere and hasn't won a race at all, and you've already got a top 10 watch list, you won't see that stock in the top 10. Okay,
Right,
even though it just won a race because it only won one race, and it doesn't take out the last, like even if the last one, number 10, only won one race, it doesn't supplant it. But what Brad said is going to happen is that there'll be maybe another line underneath that'll actually show you the stock that won the last race.
right,
So you'll have a top 10 list, and then maybe another line underneath that will actually show you the stock that won the last race, because sometimes it won't appear in the top 10 if it's the first race it won.
correct.
And he said that is coming.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you for chiming in on that.
And the other thing, I think what Lee was talking about the VWAP, I believe what he was really talking about is that, and as you know, Jamie, we don't get the instant alert. There has to be usually some volume confirmation, on that VWAP cross. So that's why I think what he was saying is that, well, I get the alert, but when I look at the price and I look at the VWAP, it's far, in
It's
some
already too far
cases,
past it, yeah.
it could be in some cases too far
Yes.
past. I
And if it
think
needs
that's
the
what he meant.
volume or it can be the repeat as well.
Hmm.
All
So,
right. It's interesting. I'm seeing a lot of correlation between a lot of the stocks that are hitting my regular other tickers, and Holly will be in them. And looking at that, let's see, what was the big winner today that she punched?
well, Stitch Fix is still pretty, well, I have to discount HKD because I don't know how many people would have had shorts for that.
This is
That's
true. And of course, that's the
because,
notorious, you know,
yeah,
and the
but it's,
spread,
yeah,
you have to kind of give pause. Yeah, she she
especially
she
that one.
she pegged the signal, but yeah, when you see
Yeah.
HKD up there, you're like, oh well, I'll try to get short.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. And somebody in Schwab said they had access, but it would
Oh,
cost
the
them like
300%.
300%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
something like that. So, but I mean, it's going to happen every now and then. Holly doesn't know that, but
Yeah. I looked over and I'm like, what in the world on a day
but the
like
Stitch
today?
Fix, the Stitch Fix was good though,
Yeah.
off earnings, got
Hmm.
hammered down on earnings early, and now it's actually gone positive. So the SFIX was actually good, but I just
Yeah.
kind of discount the HKD. I'd say, wow, I don't think too many people could have done it.
True. Yeah. The SFix. For some reason, every time I look at that ticker, I think of Six Flags. but I don't know why.
Well, because that's six,
Hmm.
SIX, I
Yep.
guess.
Okay. Well, we
I'll
got
take over if you
what,
want.
another hour?
Another hour, well
Another
spent.
another hour till the
Oh,
financial
another hour to
wizards.
FOMC. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, till the
Yeah,
financial wizards tell us how much the money cost.
exactly.
Well, I guess it's that time if you're ready, Barry.
Yeah, I just took over.
Okay, very good, sir. All right.
Okay, thank you,
Well,
Jamie.
we'll see what happens. I'm sure the market's going to be kind of dead until that point in time, but
Probably. Well,
as
not for the
always,
little
some
guys, but
some good movers from the races this morning.
absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
All right, sir. We will see you next time. Bye-bye for now.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, guys, back in both rooms now, and let me try to answer your question again. Well, no, there's no way. I mean, the whole idea of Kishore asked the question: if a new stock enters the leaderboard out of nowhere, is there a way to set an alert or a pop-up? No, but the idea is if you just really want to focus, and that's I try to drill into people, especially if you're new, but even if you're not, give the races a really good shot here, okay? Because you would just be watching this. That's all you're going to be watching. I mean, in theory, you could have an alert window. Yes, that would have the same kind of action, with when something is moving like that. But you know, if you're watching the race, you can't miss a stock that is just moving higher and higher. I mean, the only way you can have an alert is if you set an alert window and set it like have an alert window that would have caught it, and then you set a sound alert on that window. But we're trying to get people maybe away from that, because to me the races is a great hybrid between an alert window and a top list. The top list identifies the types of stocks that you want to see, your minimum volume, your price range, and all of that. And then this gives you the real-time alert as something is happening from that list. And I hate to even call it a list, because it doesn't, it sort of means that, well, is there a list somewhere that I should be looking at? Just think of it as my criteria is this: show, stocks between 1 and 50 in this particular race, 1 and 50, minimum of 200,000 shares and up 2% from the close. That's my criteria. So it's not that I have to have a list of stocks that are showing me that. It's just going to pick up any stock that's moving the most if it satisfies those criteria. And then this one, the one that you see on the right hand side, it's just a sort of a it's just a variety or a variation, because all I've done here is I've added half a billion in a 500 million market cap and 50 million minimum float. So you're not going to see stocks that are as volatile as you would in this list. So two styles of trading, if a person can handle the volatility, great. Or if you want a combination, looking at some volatile stocks and some stocks that are not as volatile, great. So it's really up to you. And of course, you can create your own top list criteria. You might want different price ranges. You want maybe a different minimum volume. You might want to, add some other filters in to cut down the number of stocks that you see. But this is entirely up to you. And when I say you, I'm talking, in general. Meanwhile, while I was on my break, yeah, this thing really ripped, eh? This a Canadian CPTN is really ripped. I see some kind of a deal with Nvidia. So I'm in nothing right now, guys. I'm just kind of biding my time now to see if anything new kind of pops in. So Christoph, I don't know if Jamie answered your question about a full list of scans, etc., sample strategies, or if you, well, scans. I hate to call them strategies, but scans. I don't know if he answered your question. I mean, obviously, the full list will be in the toolbar, or sorry, in our channel bar. There's no other list anywhere else. We get the question quite a bit. Can we see the full list of every strategy that's ever been created by all your users? And the answer is no. First of all, there'd be thousands upon thousands of them. Secondly, some users, are painstakingly create their own strategies, and they don't want to share them. I understand that. So it's so funny. I know when Zach says beauty, I know he meant he shorted it. I don't even have to look at the chart. And remember, guys, click periodically on the on your watch list that has been automatically created for you to see what's happening with those stocks. Okay. I noticed this UPST as an example in this watch list right there. You might be the type of a pullback player, like a 3-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. Maybe that is a person's style, as an example. Or if that 10 SMA, on the 15-minute chart, what if it was bumping into it? That's another style of trading, isn't it? The 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, stock moving into it, see what it does there. Does it take it out? In this case, it did, but sometimes, you'll see it just rest on it and bounce off it. That can be another style of trading. So yeah, we're getting 52 minutes away from 2 o'clock. So again, if you're in a trade, what I would be doing depends on, if it's one of these more volatile ones that probably don't care as much what's going on with the rest of the market. But if you're in a stock that, more or less tracks the market, obviously the Apples, the Microsofts, and some of the bigger stocks that kind of more or less could get affected by what the market's doing, I would not be in any stock like that. As the 2 o'clock hour approaches, because you're going to see lots of whippiness. Smaller stocks probably don't care as much. Okay. All right. So I have to look at this. I'll try to be unbiased about reading this. So the SEC's got nothing to do with DWAC not able to get 65% of the shareholders to approve the combination. As I see it. I mean, never mind all this, okay, the SEC is stalled, et cetera, et cetera. But DWAC was not able to get 65% of the shareholders needed to approve the combination. So I don't know what that's got to do with the SEC. I mean, the SEC, I mean, it might be right, stalling in the review and all that, but if the shareholders wanted to do it, then why didn't they get 65% of them at least to approve it? Well, then maybe William, but I mean that's like changing your filibuster rule, really. I mean, and this is what it is right now. All companies have to follow this. And typically, as you know, when a merger is going to go ahead, I mean, it's usually a no-brainer. They're all going to vote yes. I mean, you might have some people abstaining, but typically, they're excited about the merger. Speaking of which, let me take a look at VTAC. So, I mean, here's something interesting. I mean, what's going on here? I mean, this merger was approved, and VTAC was supposed to start trading as a PRST today, but something's gone on. Something's gone wrong. Well, it's possible, but I mean, but the theory is that DWAC's got the funds in place for the merger. It's just that the shareholders are not voting now in favor of it. Yep, evacs would have been a beautiful. I just didn't have shorts. Well, I know they were trying to get it down to $2 for their. I read the same thing. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking now. Got some thumbnail charts that are not doing anything. Rum, I see. Wow, what a day rum has had. Really good up here at that 13 break. And then just a these were giant red candles. taking it from about 13.5 down like a $2 drop, then a pop, but now starting to drop again. Q. I haven't seen this one for a while. Used to see this one quite a bit. Remember this run it had here? UMPQ. Coming right into the 200-day moving average, 1863. You would think, especially with the market falling a little bit, that this is going to really stall at that 200-day. Yeah, I guess I have to look at it, but it's not been an easy one to trade. FENC just made almost at the high of the day now, but this has not been an easy one. It's been very choppy. Maybe now it settles down. I don't know. Let's see, 845, 847. So the bid ask is okay now. It can really widen though. Well, it's starting to move. I don't know if I can take it. Now you see how, look how the spread widened. 851, 858. I mean, maybe, I mean, the reason I loved it before is because it's got all the room. When you look left, the next high, let me back this out a bit. The next high was something way over here. This is back in November of last year. And the next high is 990, 994. So that's why I love this look. But it was so whippy. So it's probably going to go, if it's going to go, it's probably going to go without me. Great candle yesterday and on a big, I mean, this looks really, smooth here, but what we don't see in that candle is, going from $8.50 or 850 down to $8 after it had the nice run and the big sell-off. Okay, so here is FREY coming into that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Will it hold it? Or is that it for it? But it's a choppy one too. Choppy, when I look at stocks and especially on a 15-minute chart when things should be a little more smooth in theory, you see these topping tails and bottoming tails on the candles, that gets you whipped out of positions. unless you know, take fewer shares with a wider stop. Otherwise, you're just going to get whipped out of your position. Keep an eye on MAXN, guys. This is interesting. Solar play, MAXN. It's at the high of the day right now, but more importantly, when you look left, it's got room. The high yesterday was 26.41. Okay, 26.41. So I mean, this has got about $1.30 until it hits that next high. So keep an eye, definitely keep an eye on this one. Yeah, relatively low float. What is TAN doing? What's the solar sector doing in general? Yeah, so the solar, I mean, it's not nothing, it's not a huge move or anything like that, and it's had a bit of a pullback, but at least it's not falling. So keep an eye on it, MAXN. Low volume though, yeah, only 296,000 shares. Hmm. Well, this one from the AI looks good, except that I don't know how many people could have actually shorted this HKD. That's the issue. But you know, it's 22% now, 88 to 69. I just don't know how many people. Certainly, if you had interactive brokers, I'm pretty sure E-Trade didn't have. And then if you were able to short, now granted, you know, if you know the stock's going to go from 88 to 69, doesn't really matter what the borrowing costs are to a certain extent. But you don't know that going in, and that's the issue. Yeah, you've got that 200-day moving average right on top of Agri, you know, at 215. So choppy 15 minutes. I mean, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. You know, up, down, up, down, up, down. Ah, look at the FENC now. Well. So what's the please for, Christoph? Well, I'm sure you're aware of what the 200-day is. What is the please for, Christoph? If you're asking about all the scans are in the channel bar. There is no there's no central area with every scan that you can take a look at. You just go to the channel bar, you know, click on new and then click on, you know, the dock channel bar or the old channel bar, and all the scans are there. There's no central area where there, you know, where there are all the scans that have been created by all our customers. No. Even if we would never do that. No, there's no URL with all of them. No. You just have to go to the different, you just go to the different channels and look at them. You know, just go click on new, click on dock channel bar, and click on a channel. You know, here's a scan. There's a multi-strategy window. Go to the momentum. Here's a scan, an alert window with a scan in it. Take the time, just go through the different channels. Not every scan is going to be of interest to you. And to find out what the scan is looking for, you just right click. No, if you're asking, is there a web page with every single scan on it extracted from our channel bar? No. That you can go and see? No. Just go to the channels and check them out. Not every scan and every channel is going to be of interest to you. And we don't have that many channels anymore, so just, like Alpha Predator, take a look at it. Right click, see what it's looking for. Yeah, just give me a moment, guys. I know the screen disappeared. I know that. I did that on purpose. I want to see something now. Screen 3. Still can't get my scans up in Chrome anyway. So again, Christoph, I mean, I'm sharing my scans. I just can't show them. I might have to do a reboot of everything, and I don't know why. I did a refresh. I thought I did, but that's what I was told to do. But it doesn't seem to be. Hmm. Yeah, so Sears with SYRS with that $27 price target put on it. So let's see if it can take out the high and keep moving, 732. And it has some room to, well, 750 is the next high. If it can get through 750, then you've got 774. And then after that, you've got 925. So, I'd be keeping an eye on those levels. Took a while, but that, who was it again? It was Piper Sandler. Piper Sandler putting that price target of $27 on them. I did not try another browser. I should do that just for fun. Because somebody said you're not using Chrome, are you, Pepe? Oh, you are, and it's working for you. Hmm. Well, maybe walk me through it. What am I doing wrong? You said to use Shift 5 or Shift F5, but you know what? Let me open another browser. Yeah, it's okay. So there it is in Firefox. So it did show up in Firefox. So it's something to do with Chrome. One moment, please. We've got activity with our pets. Just 1 minute, please. Yeah, incognito works. Anyway, my guess is that if I just do a reboot my system, it'll probably start working. I'll just wait till till I get out of the room to do that. That's all. I don't run any extensions. I have no extensions, not that I'm aware of. I found no reason to use extensions. So anyway, that's okay. I'll figure it out. All right, guys. So we got about another 26 minutes till this FOMC, and I'll put the SPY chart up at about a minute before 2, just to check to see what's happening. I'll put a 1 minute guy up, and we'll see some fireworks at 2 o'clock, and probably for another 5-10 minutes afterwards. Whoa, look at MRVI. Now there is a classic. Did that make it into? Yes. So this is a classic, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Now, I didn't, my excuse is that I'm doing all sorts of different things, but if I could just stare at these two all day long, I would have been, here's the MRVI, won 3 races early. You can see where it won all its races early. And then Didn't do anything for probably a long time. And all you had to do then was say, okay, what if I put an alert around 24:28? If it took out that high there, get the notification and then see what it's doing. And in this case, I mean, it is starting to run as an example. All right, so now, so what I'm kind of waiting on is to see if any stock comes out of nowhere that we haven't seen in the top 10 list, but out of nowhere, kind of like the sober did on Friday or on yesterday, out of nowhere at 3 o'clock with their news, and they just ran from what? From, well, actually, this was an 88-cent stock and got up to 316, but it got even higher, got up to what, 417 after hours. So this came out of absolutely nowhere with that, news that who knows, maybe cars will be required to put a breathalyzer, some kind of a breathalyzer. So you could not start your car without one, without blowing into it. Anyway, but that came out of nowhere. I mean, look at this. Look how this was trading. This is a couple of days before, the day before. This is yesterday. Or this was yesterday. Sorry, this was yesterday. But look, I mean, doing nothing, 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 nothing. Did nothing all day long. Of course, was not showing up on a race. All of a sudden, boom, and it gets halted. It was showing up on the race right here, and of course, showing up over and over and over and over and over again. It had a catalyst, yes, Peter. Not specific to it, but just the general catalyst of. I'm just trying to see what that headline. I don't have the headline anymore. Maybe it's here. Yeah. So this is not specific to SOBR, but the sector. Call it. It's in the right sector. One moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Well, I don't have to restart the races. I can just duplicate. I can just duplicate the race if I want. I'm not going to do it, but if you want to do that, just duplicate the race. Okay, now you can just start it. Okay, so now it's a fresh slate. Sava is an Alzheimer drug. I mean, it's been controversial, but yes, Calvin, it is. Okay, so, but I guess it got some kind of a favorable SEC ruling yesterday. I think that was its catalyst. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm just biding my time, waiting till 2 o'clock, see what happens after that. Figure out if I want to do anything. ETNB, yeah, ETNB. Look at the room it's got, actually. A little bit of room, 633. Looks like there's a lot of resistance around between 630 and 640. It's at 592 right now, having a bit of a move. Relatively low float, set 35 million in the float. Rum is having another little pop here. It's been all over the place. Wow. I mean, big move at the beginning in the pre-market. Well, pretty big move. Then the huge move down. A move up, another move down. And now this candle here, which has another almost closing, another 30 seconds or so, 20 seconds for this to close, almost wiping out the last hour. So difficult intraday trader today for rum, in my opinion. Very difficult intraday trader. Oh, this is such an ugly chart, Agri. Sorry, I remember who, N, you're in this one, I think. It's an ugly, I'm sorry, but this is an ugly chart. I don't know if you're still in it. Okay, so Pele, nice name. Have you taken a look? Are you a new subscriber? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Do you have customer service who can assist with downloading and setting up your system? So are you a new subscriber? And hopefully you can hear me. Because this is what I would do. We've got a great intro, 30, well, they're 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes, but it goes over the, okay, yes. Well, we have a, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in, and if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Let's get started with trade ideas, okay? So the getting started literally starts off with, just like you said, the download and installation, your first startup and login, you know, what the toolbar is all about, different layout styles. I wish they didn't do this, but anyway, the creating a layout. Here's a doc layout, a couple of different types of layouts. Introduction to our scans, including building a top list window, which is a scan, and also building an alert window scan, okay? And an introduction to our charts. So that'll take you about 30 minutes, like I said, 10 videos. That'll get you started. Okay. I mean, it's pointless to try to talk to somebody through all this. And, but we are here if you have questions. I mean, this room is like this between 8 and 3:30, and also between 12 and 1 in that YouTube room that you're in. We have other trainers. And then between 3:30 and 4:30 in that YouTube room, you can ask questions. So we have a lot of support. It's a lot easier to demonstrate things on the screen. If you say, well, I didn't understand how to do this, well, I can probably, hopefully, demonstrate right on the screen. Well, this is what I think you should do. Okay. So you're not a subscriber yet, but I think the bottom line for you is we've got a lot of support. And if you ran through those 10 videos, that should get you started, no problem. Okay. And then we have a great, and then we, on my homepage, a great education section. And here's our user guide. And then here is that getting started section that I talked about. A little more detail about an alert window, the A window, and more detail about top list windows, and then our stock racing. All you need to know about what the stock racing is, what you see here, okay? So yeah, I mean, it's a software program, so there's a little bit of a learning curve, but those will get you the basics down. And then afterwards, you want to get a little more advanced, you can, but I would not overwhelm yourself with everything that you see in the user guide, for instance. You don't have to learn everything. Okay, so, you know, Dr. Ora or Drora, I don't know. So I have a question. What do I think about China stocks? Do they have a future? Is it time to invest long? I'm not a financial advisor, okay? So I cannot advise you one way or the other. I mean, do I think, I don't know. I mean, do they have a future? Sure, they got a future. I don't know if it's up or down. Okay. But right now, I mean, obviously, from the peaks up here, but I mean, that's too general a question. Do they have a future? Could they turn around? Of course they could. But when that happens, or if it ever happens, I have no idea. And I certainly cannot, make any sort of a recommendation. Is it time to invest long? Can't do it. I mean, right now, I mean, it doesn't look good. I mean, right now, you'd have to wait, in my opinion, to get some stability. I mean, this has been in a pretty steady decline for what, 3 weeks now. And, with China, I mean, you've always got to be aware, of course, of what could be happening between China and the US. Things like that. I mean, it's very geopolitical. So, I mean, there's that aspect too. It's not just probably more to it than other sectors that you look at, having to worry about. But I know there were guys at Trade Ideas back in this area right here that were all over China for about 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That's it though. All right, guys, 8 minutes, 7.5 minutes till, and we'll see what happens. I'll get my, I'll get it up now, just see if we're getting any sort of advanced look of what might happen. I got a 1 minute chart up. So at 2 o'clock, I'll have this up. And as always, guys, that first move or the second move or the third move or the fourth move may not be the final move. In other words, we might get a giant red candle to start, and then within that minute, it might turn giant green, and then it might turn giant red, and then the second candle could be giant red, and then all of a sudden, whoops, giant green. I mean, could be all over the place. But I will, I'll have that, I'll put the chart up about a minute before 2, so we can check to see what the reaction is. I mean, the only hugely negative reaction, obviously, is going to be if they raise it 100 basis points instead of the 75 that everybody thinks is already baked in. So, but if they surprise us with a 100-point move, look out. Gosh, there's just so many whippy looking 15-minute charts, guys. It's hard to look at. Topping tails, bottom. Now this one is maybe a little more interesting. I mean, it's just a cheap one. Trying to come off the bottom here. Problem is the relative volume is only 0.94, so it's not trading abnormally at all in terms of volume. And the next high is 114. It just doesn't interest me. It's funny, William. I've not, but in 15 years, if you've been, I've not actually seen that first move is the move. I haven't seen that it's not, but anyway, best to just sit on hands anyway right now. Who knows? Because even these cheap ones could get affected. You mean I'm going to say it's low volume? Yeah, 8.8 million in the float. You're right. Maybe it's just starting to get going. From our YouTube room, IJA, CMPO. Not a great spread, 525, 535. Look at Fence. Miserable thing. FENC on the way down again. So again, if you click on my homepage link, Pele, you will see that there is a promo code you can use, okay? And we got a great promo going on right now. Now, if you're new to trade ideas, I mean, I don't want to necessarily get you to take a year's subscription, okay? You'd have to really know you want the product, but the monthly would be 118, 228 on the premium, and take the 25% off that first month only. Okay, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. I would probably just start off with the standard. I don't think you'd have to go to premium. You can go to premium at any time. Premium is our AI. But there's the promo code to use, 17 months for 12. But again, for those of you who are currently monthly subscribers and you've been wondering about maybe I should take out an annual, and you know you like the product, boy, now's the time. I don't know how long this runs out on the 26th. I don't know when we're going to do this again. We may do more flash type sales, 1 or 2 day sales. I don't think we'll have them as long, but you'll get 17 months for 12 plus the 25% off. So that would work out to on a standard package. You pay us $750 up front, yes, but that works out to $44 a month for 17 months. Premium would be I think $94 a month for the 17 months. So first time we've done something like this. So I mean, obviously, if you're a new subscriber and you think, yeah, I don't care, I want that annual, okay? Or if you're a monthly subscriber right now and you thought, well, maybe I should take out an annual, get the biggest savings, per month savings you can. Well, this is the time to do it. What did I say? Okay. What did I say? 94? Is it 98? I said 94, right? Oh, you're absolutely right. I was thinking, yeah, I was thinking $1,600. You're right. You are right, as usual. Yeah, so 17 into 5 into 1,500. I don't know why I was thinking 1,600. Okay, so $88. Okay, 88. Basically double. I should have realized that. 44 for standard, 88 for premium. Oh, are you kidding me? What happened? Get that SPY chart up. 1 o'clock came and I wasn't ready for it. So there's that giant red candle, okay? Giant red candle. It's almost like this is halted. So ZXCVB squared, what do you mean? What do we get for it? Are you unfamiliar with the trade ideas? It's a scanner. We're a scanner. So, wow, look at this. Well, let's see if William is right. There's that first 1 minute candle, giant red. So yeah, I'm not sure I understand your question in the YouTube room. What do we get? if you subscribe. Well, we're a scanner. So if you don't know our product, I mean, you go to my homepage and check it out, what we're all about. But we scan the US stock markets, real-time scanning. All right, let's see. Here's a second. Let's see if this overtakes that first green red candle. Okay, so it wasn't 100. Okay. What did they think? They were going to get surprised and only do 50? All right, guys, just going to keep this up. Yeah, is there anything at 2:30, or is just the 2 o'clock announcement or not release? Is there anything at 2:30 today? I should know this, but I don't. Is there, in other words, there is a discussion. Okay, so we're going to have more fireworks than at 2:30 as he talks. So ZXC, can you hear me? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, certainly in this case, it looks like this is going to hold a giant red candle. So that is your direction. So far, I usually give it about 5 minutes. So we're almost at the end of 5 minutes. Yeah, so I wasn't sure what your question, I mean, when you say what do we get for it, you mean for a subscription? I mean, if you go to my homepage, you'll see what Trade Ideas is, and we were a scanner. We're a real-time scanner, scanning the US stock market. You can build your own scans. We have wow, just looking at the SPY here, but we have a lot of pre-built scans, including ones that I share. Depends on your trading style. Ooh, it looks even more dramatic on a 15-minute chart, guys. Look at that giant red candle. Look at that giant red candle on the 15-minute chart. It's even more dramatic. Wow. Well, it's not okay. Our program is not like that. It's not that we offer good stock picks. We don't tell you what to buy or sell. I mean, we're a scanner. So, I mean, we've got pre-market scanning, of course, but you have to have some trading experience. Okay. So, I mean, we can always find the stocks that are moving in the pre-market, but whether they are going to keep moving in the direction you want them to, I mean, there's no guarantee, of course. So it's not that so it's hard for me to answer that question. Do we offer good stock picks? We can show you stocks that are moving in the pre-market that may turn out to be good trades in the pre-market, or once the market opens, something to follow all day long. But this program is not okay. Here's a stock pick, buy it and sell it here. No, it's not like that. If that's what you're looking for. And I got a 15-minute chart. But our scanning starts at 4 in the morning at Eastern time. So for instance, we have a pre-market channel. I'm answering some in our YouTube room. So if I click on, you're not a subscriber, but if I click on new and then dock channel bar, and we have our pre-market channel, okay? So this is going to give you ideas, okay? These are ideas. Now it's still running, but if you open it at, I don't know what your time zone is, but anytime before 9:30 Eastern time, you're going to see, stocks that moved up or down in the pre-market. But that doesn't mean that, everything that's moving up when you see it is, you take the trade immediately. Whoa, our dollar, as in our Canadian dollar. In case you think I'm a horrible. Well, yeah, the FO 2 o'clock today was the FOMC, so they came out with their, everybody knew, well, everybody thought it was going to be 75 basis points, but as William points out, it's okay. What else did they say? Their forecast. But remember, at 2:30, he's going to talk. Jay Powell's going to talk, so I'm sure there will be more interesting happenings on the SPY, from 2:30 on. So the other thing, ZXC, is that we've got a simulator. So I mean, if you're new to trading, there's no easy. You've got to learn how to trade. Okay, it can take time. We're a great scanner. We're called Trade Ideas. We can generate great ideas based on your criteria, or you can take the one, the scans that I've created. The future funds rate, 4.6. Okay. But then we have a simulator also. We have a simulator. So you can practice trading using our real-time simulator. And until you can make money in a simulator, you cannot start trading with a live account. So to have that, all you need is our standard service. And then you can practice trading in our simulator. Well, now, guys, I mean, it's 2:30 is going to have some fireworks also. You're right, Ija. Yeah. So Sober just got halted, guys. SOBR just got halted. This is the one that had the wild move from 89 cents to about $4 after hours yesterday. And that was in the space of an hour when the news hit at 3. So it just got halted. Not for news, though. This is a volatility halt. So Yeah, I don't know, Calvin. I don't know. I don't know when the first one. I really don't know. I can't. Somebody will know how many basis points that is. Three? I don't know. Not basis points, but 300. We had 475ers. I really I can't remember. Well, let's see where this one opens. The only time what I would, I'll take something like this if and only if 252. If somehow it dropped down below 240 and then it popped over 240 again, that is a sort of thing that I will look at. I am not recommending to doing the same thing. I'm not saying that's what anybody else should do, but that's kind of how I will play a halts resume. But it may not happen because right now the projection is for it to open around 252 and it might just run from there. I'm not going to chase it. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, this blue screen right there. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 4 seconds after 2:15. We're talking about right there. There's the halt at 2:10 plus 4 seconds. So typically they are 5-minute halts. All right, about 20 seconds or so. If this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open. So what I'm looking for to see if it opens and then comes back down through 240 and then pops above 240 again. That's all I'm looking for right now. Okay, so it opened, it opened, it opened. Not a big move. But traders maybe, it's a move though, not a huge move yet. Yeah, it's moving without me, guys. I did not take it. This could get halted again. Yeah, just did. Well, guess I should have taken it, just chase it, but I just have my rules and I won't do it. I was hoping it would drop down just briefly below the halt price and then pop. I would have got in. But so now 3,333. So this is going to run. Well, I don't know if there's such a thing as the best leading indicators on when to buy stocks. Okay, everybody has their own ideas, but that's if there were the best, then everybody would do it, and then there'd be no advantage. Okay, but We've got all sorts of different filters and alerts. You might want to take a look at them, but if you don't have an idea right now what you want in terms of a leading indicator, oof, look at this SPY, guys. But I guess my point really is that I don't really use leading indicators. Okay, so I'm more price volume and all that. But if I asked 10 people what their leading indicator would be, their best one, you might get 10 different answers. I'm not trying to dissuade you, from trading at all, but it's not easy, and you have to put the time in. All right, guys, I'm just waiting on this sober. The only way now, again, maybe if it dropped down significantly before, under 284 and then it popped above it, maybe that would get me in, but I think I'm too late. I mean, it did get up to 419 yesterday, so I mean, there still is room for it to run. Pre-market high is 297. Ugh, remember BlackBerry? Man, I haven't seen BlackBerry for a long time. Big meme stock has done nothing for a long time now. How did Bitcoin do? I'm sure it got hit also. BITO, I'm sure it got hit. Yep. For sober? Well, let's take a look. Oh yeah, yeah. There's a little. Well, but I was looking at this area here, Ija, where there's some activity. Yeah, You're right. The pre-market high is 310. You're right, not 291. But traders will be looking at this high over here, right at 4 o'clock yesterday, 418, to see if we can get anywhere close to that. And it just opened, so let's see what happened. So a drop. So it's underneath that halt price, 284. It's slightly underneath it. Okay. Now, do I scalp it or just Yeah, but it dropped. It dropped underneath 280 briefly. All right, guys. So I've taken some out. Okay, I'm not going to mess around. All I said was if it drops down below or gets that 284, I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Well, how close can it get? It's now right at the pre-market high, I believe, or excuse me, over the pre-market high. What's the float on this? Yeah, I mean, there's the float 5.4 million. And let's take a look at, I'm trying to answer somebody in our, well, not, I mean, okay, I mean, there's a capitulate. You see, okay, Zach, one of the scans we've got, it's called Bouncers and Toppers, okay? And this is one of the traders in the main room put this together. And this looks for stocks that may have finally found a bottom. Now, whether it's going to have a huge bottoming tail like that, I can't say that. But I mean, these are stocks with, say, very low RSIs. A lot of people think that a low RSI means a stock is oversold, right? And it could bounce, as an example. But does this mean just because it's got a huge bottoming tail that it's going to keep moving higher? I mean, it already, that's where it closed. And I mean, it can mean, that the selling is stopped for a while, but it doesn't absolutely mean this is going to continue higher. I mean, I wish it, if that were the case, we'd all be millionaires. Just wait for huge bottoming tails, wait for it to close, and then take the next candle. It's unfortunately it doesn't always work that way. I've got 315. Unless IB is yeah, it popped to I see that it popped to what, 334. But right now it's at 317. Well, there's nothing 100%, And the other thing too is, was the stock in a downtrend to begin with? Was it positive for the day? So let's take a look at IC. I mean, IC is negative. So I mean, there was a lot of selling ahead of time. Okay. If, to me, there's two different scenarios too. When you look at bottoming tails, was the stock negative and then it's starting to rebound? Or was it positive with a big bottoming tail and then it's starting to come back? So was there some like was there Was there still some positivity attached to people buying the stock because it was already positive, or is this just some kind of a a bounce play and then the selling will resume? And we don't know. But remember, there was a reason for the selling, and the reason it's negative today. It's had a nice run, but it's been also in a big downtrend for the last few days after the big surge it had with its news. So you can't just say just because this happens, then you're going to get a green candle and it's going to continue to move. No. Okay, so we're basing just a little bit here now for sober, just a little bit. Well, and then you just said it. Some stocks it works better on, others not so well. So consequently, it's not really a plan, unless you know, they say absolutely know the stocks is going to work well on, then it's not really a plan. It's just like any other thing out there. That's kind of, no, I don't want to say hit or miss, but I'm just waiting on this silver to see if it can just do a little more rippage. Oh, 230 is coming upon us too, so we'll have to wait for Mr. Powell's comments to see what the reporters, how they grill him. Okay, getting just a little bit weaker, just a little bit weaker. 320 probably gets me out of everything. Not going to hang around. 230 almost upon us. Okay, all out. May take a look at it again at the high of 336 just because of the high of yesterday. Okay, that's the only reason I would even attempt this. All right, 330 or 230. So what's happening on the SPY now? Let's get a 1 minute up as this presser begins and see if he says anything that's going to really cause another big reaction. Anybody listening to him right now? Well, maybe he's saying something good. It's great watching the SPY reaction, hanging on every word. I'll give this another couple of minutes, see if we get a direction. Takes this 383 out, that could get it rocking. So to answer your question, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So wait a minute. Now I've got to cancel this out. So I mean, we do have some bottoming tail type scans, but I'm not sure that they give you the percentage, like the bottoming tail, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute bottoming tails. Okay. This is the pattern though. I think you have to have 3 down candles and then a bottoming tail as an example. So anyway, so we do have some bottoming tail type scans on the 10 minute, on a 10 minute chart. Okay, sober now, getting me interested again. Oh, look at the SPY. Keep talking, keep talking. Whatever he's saying. Now, what will be hilarious if this wipes out that 15-minute candle and goes green? Hard to believe that could happen, but anything's possible. Here's your junior gold miners 2 times. JNUG, look at this thing moving. All right, guys, I guess that is kind of it. Big topping tail now on the 15-minute chart for the SPY. Let me get that 1 minute up again, just for another couple of minutes, and then I'll just forget about it. So giant red bar, little pause, more red bars, pop, down, up, down. Now he's talking at 2:30 exactly. So he's talking. Whatever he's saying, doesn't matter what we think about what he's saying. It's what the market thinks right now. Well, here are the stocks that are being chosen. It doesn't really matter to me. It doesn't matter what strategy. Okay, but this is the stock. These are the stocks that were chosen today for the alerts. There, I think there's another one in here that, but these, all you have to do is just have the strategy trades all. Okay, that's all you have to do. Click on new, and then AI premium AI slash, no, he's called AI slash Holly premium AI strategy trades window. That's all you need. Okay. I wouldn't look at I wouldn't look at this. I mean, I know what you're talking about. You're looking at this. Whoops. You're looking at the AI strategy trades window. Okay, that's what you're looking at. I understand that. Don't even. I wouldn't even bother with that. Just look at this window here. The strategy trades all. Okay, click on new premium AI strategy trades window, and then you'll see the stocks that were that came through today. I mean, if you absolutely want to see the strategy, you can add that as a column. I personally have never cared about, what strategy it comes from. Okay. Now, if you don't have if you do have this window open, I mean, is it possible you don't have the symbol column up? That's all. I mean, it is it's hard to believe that it's not the default, but there it is. I mean, if so, you don't see this. If you do have this window up and you don't see the symbol. Now, the other thing is maybe stretch it out. Maybe it's hidden. Okay. Okay, Christoph, do you have our premium service? I'm sorry, I can't remember. You're not a subscriber yet, are you? Or you're just brand new? I'm sorry, I can't remember. But if you're a subscriber, you need our premium service to have access to this AI channel. Okay, this window. You need our premium service to have this. And to access that, if you have our premium service, click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. This is the window you'll see, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing for you to do. Okay. But you have to have our premium service for that. Are you so sure, William? What if this green bar overtakes that first red bar and then turns green for the rest of the day? Yeah, I wouldn't even look at both of them, Mookie. I'd make it so simple. If you got the service and this is all you really need to look at. Forget everything else. Well, look at this. It's hilarious. So now that candle has basically wiped out that first 15-minute candle. Now let's see if we can just keep going green. It's hilarious. Ugh, sober down. Wow. Well, that's why you cannot wander away from your computer when you're in one of these things. Nice play, briefly. Look at, so the precious metals, silver, look at mag here. CDE, Coeur d'Alene. Well, it's Coeur, but Coeur d'Alene. Look at the precious metals. I don't know if gold is following. Silver has really led the charge. Here's another silver play. ACG. No, this is the silver ETF, or one of them anyway. I'm sorry, AGQ. AGQ. What is gold doing? Let's take a Yamana. Just take a gold stock. Yeah, so precious metals on the move here, guys. Look at the. Oh man, time is it? 2:45. So Bitcoin, yeah. So Mara, well, everything must be shooting higher right now for a while anyway. Look at the Bitcoin reaction. BITO. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm going to be a little bit longer, 2:49. I'll probably be back at about just before 3 o'clock, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, so I typically put myself on mute about now and hang around till 3:30. If you have any questions, I'll hop back on the mic for sure. And at 3:30, I'll shut the main room down. I'll put the link in for our YouTube room. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30, all right? All right. Well, maybe that happened with IC. If you can tell me 10 in a row that it happened with, and maybe that's a good strategy. Or 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. Okay, guys. So again, if you have a question, I will hop back on the mic. Otherwise, I'll just put myself on mute. And I will put the YouTube link in the main room before I take off for good. Teresa, I'm going to actually pipe in there. We actually do like the news too. Okay, sorry. Most of us do like the news. Okay, so I suppose you can kind of filter that out. But for you, if you don't want to see Zach's news, but he's usually posts really good things. So I will have to override you on that one. Okay. Hey, Dak, how are you? And sorry, guys, I was on the phone, a building issue with something going on, so I had to scramble to. So I haven't seen any questions though. So and Chris will be in a room in about 10 minutes, I guess. In our room? How about the room, the YouTube room? How is that market doing? So yeah, look at that big bottoming tail on the SPY. The what? The 3 o'clock, the 3 o'clock one. So now maybe we're just going to retrace everything. Crazy. So just to answer your question also, what you're pointing out, ZXC in our YouTube room, we don't have a scan that's going to show you that, that doesn't matter whether 10-minute candles or 2-minute candles or 5-minute candles that are exactly at the same lowest price. Okay, we don't have anything like that. And I know somebody just tweaked me about the FENC. It doesn't matter. I'm not happy with it. I don't know. I mean, even the spread right now is not great. 861, 869. I mean, it's traded 1.7 million. I mean, the spread should be a lot tighter than that, but yeah, anyway, Zach, just keep doing what you're doing, okay? I mean, political commentary, but I haven't seen too much political commentary, to be honest, in this room last little while. So, all right. Well, I haven't seen anything popping in that hadn't been in the racing scan earlier, so or at least nothing, no dramatic percentage increase. So at least we've got that behind us now. So until well, about a month from now when they do the next one, at least we don't have to worry about that. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link into the main room. So when Chris heads into the main room, you guys can head over there. He'll be there till 4:30. He's not there quite yet. Okay. The only thing, guys, is I think you're yeah, maybe put that in the general market talk instead of the specific stocks. That's all. Maybe that's what she was talking about, but Bike ride, absolutely. Absolutely, Calvin. Got to take advantage of the weather as we still have it in Vancouver. Yeah, we know that. When he's talking about the price of gold moving up and down during FOMC, yeah, that happens all of the time. Actually, no, it's smoke is cleared, perfect circle. Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting out. No, I don't live in. I don't live. You know, we're getting we're getting away from stocks, but I don't live in Vancouver as such. I live in a sort of a suburb, so along the ocean, though. So I've got a great ride along the ocean. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Boy, that sling. Yeah, that was just that was well, it's popping a little bit here. That's why you see it's winning a race. You might say, well, how can it be doing that when it's down so much? But remember now, it's in relation to other stocks, and not, the other ones are not moving. You can see the little move in the 15-minute chart for Sling. I mean, this was wonderful at the beginning. It'd be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to shut it down. I actually have a phone call at 3:30 I've got to make, so I want to prepare for that a little bit. So I'm going to shut this down now. You've got the YouTube link in. Chris is not there quite yet. So let me get my script together. And sorry, I know I was a little bit distracted today because of those early frantic trades. There he is. There he is. Hi, Chris.
Here I am.
Actually, I got to talk to Marissa in about 2 or 3 minutes. So if you could take over right now, that'd be wonderful.
Done. Right
Done.
now.
Okay. Okay, Chris, thanks so much.
You got it, Barry. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Happy FOMC day. I know normally on FOMC days, we make a new intraday high, we make a new intraday low after the decision comes out, and then we kind of drift one way or the other after Emperor Powell starts talking. I feel today was a little extra. I'm just sorry, getting right into it here. And of course, anybody with questions, fire those away for me here. But I mean, that was some sell-off right here. That was, without any question, some sell-off right there. All the way down here, almost touched 380. And then that was some reversal. And here we come back down again. So it seems like it's picked a direction. I mean, 33 minutes and change to the close. I mean, obviously, we can see what happens in 15 minutes here. We could literally run 10 points in 15 minutes on the SPY. So, we'll see what happens. Just craziness. I'm well, Willow. I had a very, very okay day today. I can make no complaints as far as that goes. A lot of meetings, which I don't care for, but a good trading day. Jump right into some stuff. I took a trade in a little slingshot here. Where did I take that trade? So I took it here. When this candle opened here, I took it here. I got it in at 1070. I stuck a sell order at 1090 and got hit on it right away. I was really just giving it a real small leeway. If it didn't move right away in my direction, I was just getting out. My stop was just, a few cents down. I wasn't going to play around with it, but I wanted to take my shot here. It was doing the crazy. It looked like it, you know, could do the crazy again with that float, that liquidity, that volume. So I took my shot. It seemed like it had stabilized from the first few halts that went on here, and took my shot and did okay right there. You know, nabbed out a quick 20-cent winner. And Dave, what's happening? What is going on? Mike C, Mr. Mike C, what is happening? You know, I knew a Mikey C for a long time. Used to live where I used to live. He was a DJ. We call him DJ Mikey C. Anyways, story time for another time. So yeah, SLNG, grabbed a quick one here. Was an easy trader? No, but there's definitely some moves to be caught in here throughout the day. CPTN, I was in a meeting when this came through my scanner right here. As it cracked $2, I was a little bit annoyed, to say the least, that I didn't get this move, but it is what it is. Just, you know, it's really tough to trade stuff like this when you're, you know, you're in Zoom meetings and things like that. So, but anyways, fantastic move. The other part about this, even though it was at that noon time, that increasing volume through here, I mean, that had me squirm and take a shot at it. Like I said, and I'm pretty picky when it comes to trades from noon to 2:30. But this thing, you know, you look at this chart here on the daily side of things, we cracked $2 on increasing volume like that, and then we hold $2 on this wick down. After this wick down, I mean, you know, really nice setup there. Anyways, it is what it is. SOBR made a great move into the close yesterday. We can see right here. And then, you know, it was coming through some scans earlier in the day, or up here. No, I'm lying. It didn't come in till, I don't think I saw this until here, to be honest, around 250. Still made an okay setup though, you know, 250 to 330 and change, 336. Can't argue that at all. On a 5-minute chart, looks even better here. Nice move. Ian, how are you? What's happening? Welcome back. 2 days in a row. I like it. I like it. I like it. Oh man, remember those commercials, the Fat Boys commercials from way back in the day. Let's continue moving on. SYRS gave us another great setup here. Beautiful move right here out of here. It looks like it's the opposite of whatever Holly did with it. Yeah, SYRS. Looks like she got in it here and actually made a nice move from where she got in. So she got in at 666. It came all the way down to 638. So, I mean, not a bad move right there on a $6 stock. Of course, it reversed. But we got the other side of that trade here. We were watching SFIX, another Holly trade. She got this early. Great move in that. We got this early. Another great move in that. So, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row here for the top 10. Another great trader here in Frey. Just beautiful move. You know, sideways action, catching the EMA here. Nice boost off of that. Here, some sideways action and still grinding higher after that. So, you know, multiple time frames, good entry possibilities in here. FOXO, not so great. But, you know, makes this big move early on. I left my price alert here again, you know, talking about pullbacks. If I had been going through my price alerts regularly, I could have bumped that down. I could have continued to bump it down and tried to find a reversal move here. There wasn't a great one, but there was one on a $2 stock, you know. So did exist, wasn't great. But as I always say, different strokes for different folks on setups. Let's continue to move through. EVAX, I think that was garbage for the day, right? Yeah, so this never amounted to anything. And today was another day where, you know, opening 15-minute candle happened with this big tail come down and come right back up. And I thought to myself, man, that looks like a lot of strength. The buyers want to be in there. It's Fed day. They got to trade, you know, the junkies got to trade something, right? 13 million in the float, crazy relative volume, great liquidity. And I almost jumped in on that second candle. And I said, no, Chris, look how far off that is from that EMA there. And it was still, look how far off it was from here. I just didn't think it was a good idea, and hindsight being 2020, I was correct on that. Tell won some races, but I don't think there's anything special there at all. Oddly enough, it's a energy stock, and it's just gotten drubbed hard. So the weakest of some of the energy stocks that exist. So nothing there, and CELU to round out our top 10. Not too shabby, you know, depending on where you might have picked this up. I mean, obviously, if you bought it here, you're not sitting underwater, but you're not exactly feeling great about it either. You know, if you got it, you know, in this area in here off of a bounce, you know, you're feeling much better about that, especially on a $2 stock. So, you know, keep things relative. 21 cents is, you know, 8 2/3% right there, essentially. So can't really argue 8% gains. It's an 8% gain off the open because it opened here, moved there. So there's our opening candle, moved down, moved up, pulled back, found some bounce, and off to the races it went. Pun intended. So that's the top 10 in a nutshell. SPY came down and just tested low the day. It looks like I'm looking at another chart on another screen. Now it's trying to put back in a green candle here. Some stuff came in. Peter, do you think SOBR has a chance at 3 days in a row? Sure. Why wouldn't it have a chance at 3 days in a row? I mean, no way to predict it. I'm not going to, you know, I'm not swinging it. I have zero intention of swinging it or anything like that. But let's look at a daily chart, you know, and we can see right here where we are is a huge level right now. I think that's why, you know, stalled out there yesterday, basically stalled out there again today. Obviously, there's still enough interest to keep the price propped up here. And I know technically it's down from the close, but technically it's up from the open, right? So, you know, you have no clear winner in buyers or sellers. There's a ton of interest. There's more volume in it today than yesterday overall. So it'll be in play tomorrow. There's no question that it will be in play tomorrow. Will it go tomorrow? Obviously, nobody knows, but it's certainly worth keeping an eye on for those that want to have a watch list. Again, for me, I don't like watch lists for my day trading, other than what, you know, my top 10 is creating here, and that's it. You know, I'm going to delete all these price alerts again at the end of the day today, like I do every day. And if SOBR is on the races tomorrow and the setup presents an opportunity that I like, you better believe I'm going to be going for it. You know, where do you want to call the next stop? If it can get through this level, where's the next stop? Is it up here? You know, is it up here? Cases could be made for both, right? Is it here, the body of this candle instead? You know, do we discount this shadow up here? You know, the cases could be made for any one of those, you know, and there's no right or wrong answer on it. But what I can tell you is this volume that happened yesterday and today, while we may not take that volume out, we certainly won't have volume like you see, you know, the past 30, 40 days right here. That's for sure. So it will be in play one way or the other tomorrow. I did not nail all the good trades today. I made 2 trades today. I made that SLNG, and then I had FNID. What was it called again? I'm going to find this. Oh, FENC, fence. I had this today. I took it on this 8 break here, low of the day stop, which was also kind of happy to essentially this gap here. Essentially, this gap fill. So I took a shot here, moved up on this candle here because it was got a little wobbly. I stuck a sell order at 844 and got filled, and I felt like a genius for a while. And then, of course, it went on to the rest of the day. But I wanted to be all cash early. If I was taking any trades, I wanted them not to be long-term trade, long duration of the day trades was the idea. I didn't want to be holding anything when Powell came out and waved his magic wand. Very nice, Dave. Very nice. As they say, great minds. So tell sympathy off SLNG today. All right. Interesting, Craig. Interesting. There you go. Chris, do you have any good stock picks for us as soon as the market opens tomorrow? No, I don't give stock picks. It's not what I do. My suggestion to you is run my race and see what's coming through it, and trade the plan off of what you come through on that race. So, I'll share the race scan out here again. I mean, I just, every day I show the evidence of how strong the scan is. Of course, make any adjustments you feel are necessary. I generally like what I've got going on here. I know there's probably another filter I could throw in there to weed out some of this stuff that's not great that comes through it. But the bottom line is you're never going to have a perfect scan that only finds winners. That's never going to happen. Ever, 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 ever. So, you're always going to have good and bads out of scans. Can you get some scans to limit bad and lean more towards good? Sure, that's absolutely possible. And vice versa. You got scans that are nothing but bad stuff. But, no scan is going to be all losers. No scan is going to be all winners. But, that's why we have a trader's eye here. So, I don't keep a watch list going into the next days unless I'm looking at swing trading stuff. And I am not looking at any swing trading stuff this week. I'll probably, depending on what this coming Monday looks like, I will do some evening scanning that night. And usually I'll post some charts on Twitter of things that I'm interested in. I don't say if I'm long or even taking a position in it whatsoever. I just post charts that are interesting to me on Twitter, not every night, but I try to get to it every night. I'll post on a couple of different accounts. So, you can find me through that if you want to track anything, but I never give any recommendations, no buys, no sells, no holds, no anything like that. I am legally not allowed to. Yosh. Wasn't Yosh? I feel like I saw this the other day. Is that right? Oh, yeah, because it's one of these IPOs. Wow, yeah, big move. We won't see it on my scan until it breaks $2, though. So it's one of those IPOs or SPAC or something like that. Barry was telling me about this the other day. That's what it was. In other words, just flip a coin. I mean, I would say, do some scanning and do your due diligence and things like that. If nothing else is going on right now, we can go through some stuff. But I mean, anything that was on play in this scan today or in play, I'd say there's a good chance it'll be in play tomorrow, right? SLNG. While it's given up a lot here, it's still up 53% from the open and still up 73% from yesterday's close. So it's going to be in play tomorrow. What it does, I have no way to predict that, but if you want a list of things to look at, I'd say, SLNG, CPTN, it's going to be in play again tomorrow. Will it go? I have no idea, but there's no way the volume that was in it today is completely gone tomorrow. It traded 30 million shares today. I bet it trades no less than 5 million shares tomorrow. And while it's a significant drop in volume, it's still huge compared to what it normally does. And 5 million shares is still extremely liquid. SOBR, again, there's no way that this thing is not active tomorrow. Will it be active and move up? I have no way to predict that. SYRS, I suspect the same thing. And this thing's been active for days and days and days. Look at all this right here. One could even make an inference that there could be a larger entity at play here with this volume that's coming in and the price, kind of hovering around in here. Could there be a larger player here and trying to accumulate a position? I don't know. It's possible. Maybe it's a little more of a range than a larger player would like when I'm looking at it like that. These are all possibilities. So I don't think flipping a coin is a good idea, but doing some homework is. Here, I'm doing a little homework for us. Stitch Fix, it's going to be an earnings play, from yesterday in the post market. Obviously, the street liked whatever it had for now. This is going to be weak again and setting up for a good short tomorrow. Stitch Fix. And let's see, is it shortable? Yeah, it's shortable at IB. It's shortable at Ameritrade. So so you could have, maybe you got a short setup that's happening here tomorrow. Time will tell. FREY. And a nice uptrend, right? Beautiful uptrend right here. Right. And this thing has been doing this even in a down market recently, right? It's had a nice uptrend in this down market. We gap up 200 points on the Dow. We gap up, 1% on the SPY, and we hold it tomorrow. I mean, you could be looking at another huge move for this. And look, we've taken out lifetime high, right? Look at that short float. It's not huge, but it's good. Plus the shorts have been still piling into it, right? So anybody that short this stock is short it from a lower price than here. Everybody short this stock unless they're shorting it up here literally today, which is not accounted for in this data here. They are underwater right now. They are literally underwater. So it's a lot. There's a lot of things just threw at you just from this one scan to keep an eye on tomorrow. SPY low of the day. Just that's when you can flip the coin on the SPY there. Bed Bath & Beyond may go back up again. Yeah, I stay away from the meme stocks. I don't mess with the meme stocks at all. I mean, I'll throw up the chart, but I mean, they have a failing business model. They don't make any, you know what I mean? They don't do anything special, The only reason any of this stuff happens is because of garbage meme nonsense, and I don't like any of that stuff anymore. It was funny a couple of years ago. It's not funny anymore because people are having their lives destroyed and jumping out of buildings and whatever else. I don't think anything is funny about this stuff here. So, but could it go up tomorrow? Sure, why not? But this chart tells me lower as far as just pure technical analysis on it. The long-term trend is down, right? Every time it moves up, sell off, move up, sell off, move up, sell off hard, move up, sell off even harder. So even if it bounces tomorrow, there's no way to predict it will. I would expect back down here eventually is where it's coming. How do I see them? I look at a chart and my eyes kind of go to it. Look, $10 is a big level right here. Something I had mentioned to Peter yesterday and, can apply to anybody. If you're having trouble finding pivot lines, just draw a line, get a line out, draw it. And then look at where things line up. Does it look like price likes that area? If it looks like price likes that area, you have a pivot line. And I think, don't think of pivot lines as these thin lines. Think of them as spongy areas, right? So someone could argue where I just threw that line is a good pivot line. We could move it down. I mean, that's pretty solid right there. I mean, that's a really solid look. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, missed that one in the middle there. I mean, look how often price is gravitating towards that. And I bet if I throw up a weekly chart, we're going to find that line way back. Look at that. Look at that. We got all through here and then way back here. And if that's not good enough, here and here and here and there. So, and that's going all the way back to what, 2018, right? So a lot of action around that level of around 1250-ish, give or take. So I think, just throwing a line up there, and then kind of moving it around and let your eye go to it. Areas like $10 are always going to see a lot of action in general when stocks are around that price. Whole number, $10, very, very difficult barrier to break for stocks. So, that's how I do my support and resistance. Just just looking at charts and, now my eye, after 5+ years of trying to do this here, my eye just kind of jumps right on that stuff. Let's see if we can, pull something else up. I always suggest this too. If you're still having trouble and it's a stock that's really active during the day. So something like SYRS, draw a line on the intraday chart to the high of the intraday. Draw it right on the high, right? Now watch where this line is going to populate here. And if we notice, seems to be an area of interest right here, right? So this was a floor for a while, came down, was the floor, moved up, held that bottom, moved up, held that bottom, moved up, held up, held up, held up, and then it finally cracked it and gave it up afterwards. And now it's struggling to get back over this line again. So the high of today, look at that. I mean, maybe it's random that happened. I don't know. I don't personally think it is random. That seems to be a very significant line right there, that 727. So you call it 730, whatever you want to call it, very significant line. How do you use to your advantage? Well, price has memory. Price is going to want to retrace to it. Now watch this. We've got increasing volume right into it. We got to it. Couldn't get through it. What happened? Volume decreased. Price decreased, right? Couldn't get through it. Lost its momentum, right? So that's one way to look at it. And you could do it right back on the other side if it was coming from this side here, right? So if we saw the price fall to this level and we saw increasing volume as it held this level and then moved off of it, we know that buyers want to step in there. What do we know from this side of it? We know that sellers want to step in here, right? Just by looking at price and volume at that level. Yeah, Mara was on a bunch of races for me during the day. I had a price alert at 11. It shot through it, and for 1 second I thought, do I want to mess with Bitcoin stocks? Yeah, it came rocking right through it here and was back up here again. I said, I don't like that daily chart, and I'm not feeling it, and it wasn't, while it's extremely liquid stock, it just didn't have strong volume as far as I was concerned. So I didn't want any part of it. Yeah, been a great short off that 1150 move. That's a fantastic short. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful stuff right there. Yep, exactly. I mean, anybody that thinks that cryptocurrencies are anything other than a risk asset, I mean, sorry that your feelings got hurt and you got tricked by a bunch of people. But, for now, Bitcoin is not changing the world. Will it lay the groundwork for something that changes the world? Maybe, I don't know. But for now, Bitcoin is a risk asset. It is not an inflation hedge. It is not private pay. It's not any of the things that people claimed it to be. It's not one of those things. It is a risk asset that has no real world value. So, anywho, it's no knock on Bitcoin. Listen, you know what's great about Bitcoin? You know what's great about crypto? They trade on technical analysis. There is no earnings for them. There is no guidance. There is no anything. It is pure. It is technical analysis, pure and pure. And that's what's great about cryptocurrencies. But the bottom line is highest inflation in 40-something years, month over month, after month as well. And Bitcoin has gone and done absolutely nothing through it. And like I said, Bitcoin in 5 years from now may be the savior of financial markets for all I know, or it may be laying the groundwork for the savior of financial markets for all I know. What I know is that it is not doing it today. And what I care about is here and now. I'm not worried about 5 years from now. In fact, I'm not worried at all. But anyways, that's that. Nike. One of the first things I remember about Barry and joining the room is we don't trade Nike. It's a joke, but they always used to say that we don't trade Nike. And Nike looks weak as heck. I guess whatever they're doing marketing wise isn't really working out after whatever they did here, because this is if anybody ever wants to know what's a falling knife, Nike is a falling knife, right? We're down and we're down and we're down. We get a pop up and we're down, and we get a pop up and we're down, and we get a pop up and we're down. Yeah, this looks like it wants right back down through 100 pretty clearly. Interesting. I would have thought Nike was a bigger float than 1.25 billion. Very interesting. Yeah, it's a good price right there, $99.50. Then you know you've really kind of cleared that 100. Not that it couldn't pop up through, but again, working with psychological numbers there, give you some space off the 100. So, got 7 minutes and change on the market overall. Let's see. Z-Spy is wow. So I had some people when we got up to this level here, and I said, I don't know about this, but I want a bull market back. And they're like, oh, don't be a fool. Bull market's back. Buy the dip. It's always been that way. Fed's got our back. Da 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 da. I said, I don't know. And then this happened. And they said, yeah, I think we're prolonged bear market still. And then this bounce happened. They said, nope, it's going to come back. And well, here we are. So I think this is on deck. I think this could happen. In all honesty, I think this could happen as early as next Friday. The June lows. I don't see how we don't test the June lows at this point. So, anywho, that's a SPY. What we got going on for ZQs? Same kind of ugliness. This looks like it'll touch the June lows even quicker, in my opinion. And Grandma and Grandpa's index, the diamonds, representing your Dow 30. Wow, that got real ugly real fast. Yeah, I think, June lows are right around the corner here. Very unpleasantly, very unfortunately. Anywho. Yeah, exactly. A rebounding fall is sharpening on its way down, cutting everybody in its path, that's for sure. Yeah, Nike, generally, they've always had, since I've been paying attention anyways, they've had such strong earnings in general, Nike. We'll see. I think a lot of stuff that revolves around sports and outside, was a big beneficiary of COVID in regard to, people saying, well, I can't do much else. I'm going to run, I'm going to walk, I'm going to jog, I'm going to, play tennis, whatever it was that they were going to do. I'm going to join the local softball team. I'm going to, cross country track or, whatever it was. So, Nike definitely on the tailcoats of that. And, plus all the other stimulus that came rocketing out of the Fed cannon machine there, money cannon. I'm going to drink. Yeah, that was definitely something a lot of people said too. I was not one of them. This is real bad right now. Look at this. Look at my scan right now. All inverse ETFs right now. That's every one of those is an inverse ETF. Every single one of those. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. Never seen that before. Wow. That is something. Wow. All right, now we've got some non-ETF stuff here. AMPX, after yesterday's move, showing some life again. This is Brainstorm or something it's called, right? Yeah. Brainstorm Cell Therapeutics. I don't like the stock. I don't like trading the stock. It's usually got a spread on it. I'm not a fan of this one, how it trades. Active. MRVI. Here's one to take a look at for tomorrow, right? So look, we've got 2.6 mil shares traded essentially, doing 2 3/4 times what it's normally doing. Let's look left here. We're clearing this area, right? A little room back up to this area. If we get through there, then room up to 30, right? So this might be something people want to keep an eye on going into tomorrow. Volume coming in, heavy at the end of the day here. Not shabby. That's a pretty good setup right there. You know, this low area down here, pretty clear risk level. I mean, that's a big risk to reward there, but you know, you like this area better? You know, do you like this area better for a risk reward? You know what I mean? You pick. I'm just throwing out levels that come right to my eyes. Yeah, they're a good hedge too to have things like that. So, you know, if you're long some stuff in your portfolio, you know, one of those inverse ETFs can be a good hedge should there be a downturn to lighten the blow. That's the market, folks. Left finger swim open. I didn't even realize that. Ha ha ha. Close that. So that isn't. We closed on the lows of the day. Wow, 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 wow. You don't see that too often. Crazy, crazy. Steve said feels like a gap down is coming for tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if we did this tomorrow. If we were to gap down tomorrow, move down a little bit, then a big move up. So gap them and trap them, and then move us back down again. I'm just drawing arrows. I'm not indicating levels I think we're going to go or anything like that. But bear markets are just max pain, and that's how you could create the max amount of pain. You know, you get a gap down and it's weak, and I'm going to go short and looks good, and then all of a sudden get stopped out of my short, and then bring it right back down again. And that's how you really drive people out of their minds. All right, trade of the week. Oh no, you're messing with me. That was yesterday. David, you're killing me. I'm having trouble keeping track of my days. A lot of my schedule has been jumbled up, my personal schedule. I'm used to certain things happening on certain days, and my days have all been crisscrossed and reversed. And my brain is just not firing on all synapses at the moment because of that. Nike monthly chart on Nike. Oops. Circle weekly. Huge level, $100, obviously. if you're one of those people that does not think we're headed for a recession at all, as I said, since I don't know when, I think we've been in the beginning of a recession, starting at the middle end of February for certain parts of this country. I think it's continuing to spread. How deep it goes, who knows? But I, without a question, think that that's what's going on. I think people are waking up to it. Regardless the fact that people want to change the definition of a recession, but we had the literal definition of a recession, a month and a half ago or whatever it was. Anyways, long story long. If you're a believer that the economy is strong, the job market's still strong, and that this is overdone, around $100 might be a good stepping in point for Nike. I am not that person. But some people might be. There's your COVID low. Now let's throw up the monthly chart. So what a move, right? Now, while that was a big move up, just think how much faster the move down was than the move up, right? The move up took in time from here to here. The move down is taken in time from here to here. There. Half the time, literally half the time to move it down than it took it to move it up. That's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. CISQ or CSIQ. Canadian Solar. So yeah, I had a good couple of day move here. I'm giving it back a portion of it today, but actually, yeah, all things considered, not too shabby. Closed up from the open, closed up from the close. It's pretty decent in that regard. So yeah. Oh, I'm looking at a monthly chart like it's a daily chart. Okay, never mind. Disregard everything I just said about Canadian Solar. Now, while it did still technically close up from both the open and the close, knocking on some support right through there, right? So we came up, couldn't get through. Came up, didn't quite get to it. Came up, took a few days, got through, coming right back down and testing it again. So pretty big level down here, banging off this just under $37. Do you have any ideas why my MFI scan stopped updating? I don't. I don't have a Market Explorer window open. Give me a second. New Market Explorer. I mean, I would guess that nothing's meeting the criteria of the scan, but I couldn't, that's just a guess. So the strategy, money flow index. So I've got data here. It seems to be updating on this. That seems to be updating. Look good there. look good here. Yeah, all seems to be looking all right to me so far. That was a 15-minute. Here's the 1 minute. What the heck? That looks okay. And last but not least, wow, that's interesting. That's also really annoying. So I don't know. I think it's looking all right on my end here. Maybe reset your connection. Go to the accounts tab. Reset your connection. See if that helps. Yeah, so it looks like it's all right on my end. Is it updating now, Tom? Let me know if it's updating now. So, all right, that's the day in a nutshell. We covered, holy cow, a lot of stuff. I think we need to look at, well, we'll bring up a sector list, actually. I did not expect to see any green over there, but interestingly enough, natural gas holding up pretty well here today. So we talked about this the other day as being, that's a terrible line, Chris. Well, I can't draw perfect ones. I can do much better than that. So this is a big level here for natural gas. We held it here, bounced off it. We held it here, bounced off of it. Are we going to hold it here, or is it going to crack and give it away? So that's, this could go either way. If this breaks, it could head down to 20 real quick. And obviously the stocks that are attached to us will mostly follow. If it holds, we've seen this thing go nutso here as far as nat gas goes anyways. So, got a trade idea either way right there, finding some gas stocks or related stocks. Silver was up today. It's kind of odd. 20-year bond. I haven't seen the TLT do much since just when COVID was coming down our throats. Yeah, right here. A huge move on TLT. And there's a lot of uncertainty. And then as we came out of COVID, it's just really gotten smacked around for a long time now. 20-year treasury note. Again, silver miner, junior silver and gold miners, and GLD and SIL and GDX. So only green, oddly enough. Maybe it's their time finally, Look back on a weekly chart for gold miners. Let's draw a line. Now, my eye I'm not really seeing much here, but I'm going to draw a line here. And does this seem like a big level? Yes, it does seem like a big level. Right, so it just took a line and I drew it right to the bottom right on this recent area. And we can see coming all the way back here, really significant levels. Even going back further, right? I mean, let's going way back on this weekly chart here. Look, price finding itself all in here, all up in the business of this line. Look how long it towed that line for, all through here, right? And again through here. And we're back there again. So we're back at like 2014 levels, right? On gold miners. Is it their time? I don't know. Could be. Frey, yeah, I mean, had a strong day. It's a new all-time high for it. Super liquid, great volume. There's a short float there. There's a short growth there. And we just took out lifetime highs again. It closed at, it didn't close on all-time highs, but it closed at an all-time high. This is technically now the all-time high right here for it. So anybody short it is short it, unless they shorted it in here, they're underwater. If you shorted anywhere in here, you are now underwater on this stock on a short, right? And anybody that's in this data of shorting right here, they're underwater it from at the very least a couple of weeks ago, at the very least 2 weeks ago. So, we're going back, they're shorted from here or somewhere in this area here. Or, I mean, they could be shorted from back here for all I know. So they're underwater right now. So there could be a squeeze on this tomorrow. Will it happen? I have no idea. And I don't know who short it. There could be big institutions that come right in and crush it tomorrow. Or it could be a lot of retails that are short it and they get crushed tomorrow. No way to know, but it's certainly an interesting setup right there. That's for sure. And closing as strong as it did in the face of the market like that, big time interest in that. Oh, excuse me. The yawns are coming in. Starting a day at 5 o'clock Eastern is tough. So yeah, I wasn't even going to look at the sector analysis, but that green kind of threw me off here. So we'll see. We'll see. As far as I'm concerned, the rest of this is all dead. This is one carryover I had from yesterday, as a matter of fact. This ADN had an interest in this. If anybody was wondering why I had that interest, just, we had this gap up here. We've held that gap. We had this nice move right through there, and we're at this level. This is a very key level, and I just felt like, looking at that float, if we can pop through that 430, 440 level, might have some good legs in it here, but it didn't happen. And c'est la vie, but I'm going to get rid of all my price alerts right now as evidence that I do not carry price alerts overnight. Not that it really matters, but buy price alerts, and we'll start it fresh again tomorrow with what comes through the races, right? All right, David, thanks for popping in. I know your schedule is, that of which is tough to pop in, so I always appreciate when we get you in here for a little bit. You have a good one the rest of the day, my friend. So anyways, yeah, I was looking at ADN from the last couple of days. Actually, it was coming through on Monday also. But yeah, didn't have anything special in it today, and that's that. So these hammer candles here, or whatever you want to call them. My pleasure, Ian. I thoroughly enjoy doing this stuff. It's, the best way I currently know to pay it forward right now for things that people have done for me and helped me out and taught me, absolutely the best way to do it. So Holly had an active day. Interesting. I don't look at Holly much these days, but let's see. She was in the money pretty good there. HDK doesn't count because nobody has shorts for HDK. She did well on Stitch Fix, right? She's in the money a couple of bucks here and here and here. Beyond Meat, not so much. Actually, Beyond Meat worked out great. Just unfortunately, she got stopped out of it, but had a trade around on it. And SYRS did very well for that duration. Beyond was coming through my races. Did I not type that in? Beyond was coming through my races early. Just a fader after that. So kind of unfortunate. You got these moves here on Holly. Got stopped out here around 1750, give or take, where my lines are. 1750 was the stop, I believe, right? 1755, sorry. And ends up being a good trade. And this, this is why I like Holly more as a watch list and instead of just jumping right on her stuff, because this ends up being a great trade rate here on the short side. So anyways, that's that. All right, good deal, David. Good deal. Feels nice when you can free that power hour up. That's for sure. A lot of action in the power hour. That's for sure. So some setups that have been, coming throughout the day as well. A lot of people like trading power hour because of that. So, sorry, just messages are coming into me. Yeah, what else? Is there anything else to really get at right now? I mean, I'll tell you, closing on the low of the day after that reversal, that's rough. That is rough. Move down and then a slingshot up. And then just a steady sell-off after that. The more orderly these things are, the spookier they are, I feel like. And speaking of spooky, October's just a stone throw away. We all know about what October can mean for this market. You got, what was it, Black Monday or whatever, and Black Friday, and I don't know what day is the 1st of October this year. What do we got? Well, good. The 1st of October is on a Saturday, so so at least we got that for us. But again, like I said, I've said over the last several months, bear markets suck. That's all there is to it. I mean, for the perma bears, obviously they love it, and so be it. That's their wheelhouse. They don't get this as often as the bulls get things, and chop markets wreck everybody, bulls and bears alike. So the bears are going to get their time for now. But again, I mean, look at what this scan did today for me. You know what I mean? And I took just a couple trades and had an okay day. And you know, as long as the scan holds up like this, not going to fear the bear market. You know, the thing that stinks about the bear market is, you know, not being able to swing trade like I like to. And, you know, people with 401ks and retirements, obviously you're going to feel for them, but that's part of the pain, or, you know, part of the process of being involved in the market. You know, you ride the good stuff up, you know, you get stuck with some of the good stuff or bad stuff down, and it sucks. That's all there is to it. But, you know, that's the ebb and flow of things here. And it's frustrating. And, you know, there's no question there's manipulation in the market and all those things like that. But, you know, the more we as traders focus on the here and now and what we have that we can control how much we're risking and when we're risking it. We can put that other stuff that's noise for us out of our minds, out of the way. That's all there is to it. So that's really all we can do. That's really all we can do. Yeah, I'll be curious what futures are doing at like 2 o'clock in the morning. I wake up in the middle of the night all the time anyways. So I'll definitely be taking a look. We'll be taking a look at the futures. Like I said, you know, I think Steve said it well. He messaged me, said what, you know, tomorrow looks like for a gap down open tomorrow, and I think he's right. The question is, will it be a gap down and go, a gap down and sideways? Will it be a gap and reverse? You know, that's the real question. Again, when we got this bounce here, I really wasn't expecting that bounce here, and I feel like the bears are ready to like really crush it. I feel like they're really ready to crush it right now. So that's life in a nutshell here, folks, on the trader side of things. I guess I'll wrap it up for the day. Unless anybody's got any last minute questions here, I'll start to walk us out. Control your risk, stay safe. Use my scan. No, I'm kidding. I generally speaking, I think I'm a very unbiased person about things. I think I'm pretty middle of the road. I don't get too high or too low on things. But one thing I've been very not unbiased with is the scan. I think the scan is absolutely fire, outstanding. When it's full of inverse ETFs, you know, pointing to me to you know, be careful. You know, it gives me warning signs in multiple ways. Like we've got all these inverse ETFs in it again right now. Gives me a watch list during the day, and it just shows me what's strong from the open. And if the only things strong from the open are inverse ETFs, it's telling me there are no stocks strong from the open. You know, time to sit on your hands, my friend. That's all there is to it. So, Chris, many companies trying to rebound all day, like race, which. Yeah, no question. Yeah, of course, Dave. Glad. Thanks for popping in. Always appreciate you coming in. So, yeah, you know, the macro picture of it, Michael Anthony, I won't overthink it. I was in a space last night with some what I would consider very smart gentlemen, listening to them. And, you know, they're talking all this huge macroeconomic stuff coming out of the ECB and China and whatever else, and the Fed loaning dollars to the central banks of, you know, other major companies and all that. And, you know, I'm not going to concern myself with that stuff. I have no control over any of it. It all means so very little to me. And generally speaking, contrarian to sentiment index can pay off. So, you know, when everybody starts to become bearish is when you'll find some people start to step in. It's only then. When you have everybody bullish, that's when you start to have the sellers step in, right? Because you've got everybody bullish and everybody's already committed to the market. There are no buyers left, right? That's how it works. When you've got everybody bearish and everybody's out of the market, well, someone's got to eventually step back in. These people got to put money to work for clients. They can't just have it sitting on the sidelines. They can only sink so much into bonds and, money indexes and all those things like that. So, make of that what you will. So it's probably both, Michael Anthony. I mean, I would say it's both people and computers, both of them, without a question. Which one's the cart and which one's the horse? Is it the algos leading the people, or is it the people leading the algos? That I couldn't tell you, but I am 100% sure it's both. So, all right, that's going to be a wrap for me today, folks. Appreciate you all popping in. Tomorrow being Thursday, aka Friday Junior. Mr. Steve Gomez will be on the mic at noon Eastern tomorrow, taking over from Barry. Of course, Barry will have the stream open at about 9 o'clock Eastern in the morning, and I'll be back here at 3:30. So, as always, I thank you all for your questions, comments, and your interactions, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Wednesday, wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. Adios, everyone.